present. Bulgaria UBS, not present. Croatia CSC, present by proxy to SPOOM. Cyprus, POFEN, present. Czech Republic, Sukarovice, present. Denmark DSF, present. Estonia UL, present. Finland SUL, Finland Samok, France FAGE, France UNEF, present without voting rights. Germany FTDS, FTDS, perfect, present. Hungary HÖG, Iceland LEASE, Iceland SHI, present by proxy to LEASE. Israel NUIS, present. Ireland USI, Italy UDU, Latvia LSA, Lithuania LSS, Luxembourg UNEL, Switzerland VSS UNESUSU, Ukraine UASS, not present. UK and US UK. Present. Congratulations, we have reached a quorum and in the first attempt according to the internal motion adopted a long time ago. I would like to ask all the Swedish and all those Swedish at heart to come in front for the Pippi Langström song.
What do you have there?
Just the lyrics.
No one.
Everybody sing the songs, do that.
It's going to seem so strange to people. Register
Mike starts.
Mike starts.
Mike.
Bingo.
Mike, start.
This time we have NUS UK on with music. Yes, as part of the Nomsing song, we would like to begin.
Yes. Hold on, take.
Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful singing. We are now coming to the election of the chairing team of the BEM, which is done by a simple majority on a proposal of the EC towards the board. The EC does propose Beate Tremel, João Pinho, and Angus O'Malley as the chairing team of this BM. Is there any active opposition? Yes, there is. So we would like to move to a vote. Who is in favor of the electing the chairing team as proposed by the EC? Raise your voting cards now.
Can you... Yes.
So that we
Thank
can
you.
count them. Wait. Okay.
Who is against electing the chairing team as proposed by the EC? Raise your voting cards now. There is none. Abstentions? Raise your voting cards now. There we have elected our chairing team with 35 votes in favor, 0 votes against. A statement. Please, you have the word.
Mike.
Please keep in mind, in case you want a statement minuted, it needs to be sent in written to the chairing team.
Yeah, just want to explain the abstention vote from some of the unions. There has been a repeated issue on neutrality and behavior from about the team, so we wanted to encourage the EC to search for new members of the chairing team, especially because it's been a lot of events since it was men in the chairing team, and a lot of events where the gender balance was never in favor of women from the chairing team.
Thank you. However, I would like to present the election result. We have elected a chairing team with 35 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 23 abstentions. And hereby my duties in front of the chairing team playing the chairing team are fulfilled, and I'm handing over to the chairing team.
Thank you very much, Leah. Good morning, everyone from our side, and we move on with the adoption of the agenda of this board meeting. The agenda has been circulated through the back office, which by now you should all have access to. If not, then turn yourself to Alexandra or Blage, but better Alexandra, who will make sure that you can access all the documents you need for the BM. Is there anybody who has something to comment or say about the agenda of this board meeting? There isn't. Is there any active opposition against the adoption of the agenda? I don't see any, so the agenda is adopted. Now we'll move on to the draft of the full minutes of PM 70, which were also circulated. Is there anything that the presidency would like to say concerning this? Apparently there is.
Yes, the minutes have been delivered according to the 30 days deadline, and we would like to express our thanks to Sabine for having written such good minutes at the last PM.
Thank you very much, Leah. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor concerning the minutes? There's nobody. Is there any active opposition against adopting the minutes of PM 17 Bergen? I don't see any active opposition, so the minutes of PM Bergen have been adopted. Point 1D, procedural motion on the open and closed points of the agenda. Blage has something to tell you about this one.
Yes. Morning, everybody. So the executive committee proposes that point number 4, point number 6, and point number 10 to be considered and taken as a closed point of the agenda, which are administration and finances, membership issues, and any other business. The executive committee considers the openness and transparency to be some of the key values for our organizations, and therefore all democratic processes should be as open and transparent as possible. However, these are the points of the agenda that we think that should be dedicated only to ESO full members, and therefore closed for other participants of the event. The administration and finances, obviously, the discussion is due to the discussion of the budget and the financial report and the internal audit and CA reports. The membership issues as well, and as any other business is related at this moment, all the points to the internal issues regarding the organization. Therefore, we ask all these 3 points to be closed.
So we have a procedural motion on the table that is proposed by the EC to have the following points of the agenda closed. Part 4, administration and finances. Part 6, membership issues. And part 10, any other business. Which means that these are the points, if you adopt this procedural motion, that will only be open for the full members of ESU, and where also the streaming will be turned off. Is that clear? Is there anybody who would like to take the floor concerning this procedural motion? There's nobody. Is there any active opposition against the procedural motion? There is. So who is in favor of the procedural motion by the EC? Raise your voting cards and make sure that we can see both of them, so we can count both of your votes. Okay, that is a clear majority of votes in favor of adopting the procedural motion, so point 4, 6, and 10 of the agenda will be closed points. Yeah. So, as it seems to not be completely clear, you have 2 different kinds of cards. The red one is your speaking rights card. This is for everybody who is in the room, also the people who for some reason do not have voting rights, like for instance candidate members or associate members if we have any present. I didn't meet any yet. This card you can use to signify that you want to speak. And then there is the other kind of cards, which are the voting cards. These you use when we ask you for your votes, and these are the only ones that count. These are the ones that you should see as the most precious thing that you have during the next 3 days, because those are the votes, and without those cards, no voting rights. We do, however, acknowledge if you want to show that you want to talk and use that card. We're not that picky on that one, but for voting, only these. Is that clear? It seems to be. Very good. Next point. Announcing the trusted person according to the Code of Conduct. Kiara Gramos.
Hello. Hello. So we are the trusted persons, and we are going to be reading the Code of Conduct for you. According to SU's Code of Conduct, SU events are discrimination-free area. Therefore, all disrespectful and inappropriate behavior, sexist jokes, or sexual harassment is unacceptable, and any violation of this will be taken seriously.
At SU events, we have a diverse group of people with different backgrounds, and we should be able to ensure an atmosphere of respect, tolerance, and cooperation. If you witness or feel discriminating behavior of any kind, turn yourself to Gramos or to myself, Chiara, who are the Code of Conduct's trusted person for this board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiara Gramos. Next part of the agenda, point 1F, the resignation of Milana Jankovic. As you all were informed, a member of the EC had to resign from her position, and the standing orders say that the EC has to formally recognize, the board has to formally recognize the resignation of an EC member. This might be a weird thing, but it is in the standing orders, and as our job is to make sure that everything in here happens according to the standing orders, we need to have a vote on this. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor concerning this point of the agenda, the resignation of Milana Jankovic? There isn't. So I would like to ask, is there any active opposition against the resignation of Milana Jankovic? There is none. So we can move on to the ratification of the selection of Helga Lindblom. According to the standing orders, in case an EC member resigns, and that happens longer than 30 days, there's a technical point. Okay, can we have a microphone?
Okay, somebody has the microphone.
No, it needs to be at least one. The other one is coming.
I can do that. We think that whenever it concerns a happy person, there should be a secret vote, so we would like to propose a secret vote when interviewing.
Okay, there isn't anyone else asking for a secret vote on this. According to the standing orders, whenever somebody is asking for a secret vote, we have to do a secret vote. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor concerning the ratification of this selection of Helga Lindblom? There's nobody. I will now once again explain what is going on here. The EC has to replace an EC member in a time frame that is more than 30 days before a board meeting. The EC has the mandate by the standing orders to select a person after a process of applications. This is what happened. If that happens, the board has to ratify this decision by the EC by a simple majority. So we are not doing an election. There is no complicated election system going on now. There is just a ratification of this decision by a simple majority. As we have a request for a secret vote, I would like to ask my two colleagues to get ready with the secret votes and start distributing the ballots to the MUSs. Are you ready, guys?
So, is this working? Yeah. So we're editing ballots, so we made a lot of ballots for secret votes. So the ballot just says in favor, against, and abstention. If you are in favor of the decision of the EC. If you are against the decision of the EC to co-opt Elga. And abstention means abstention. What I like to tell you is that put crosses, not numbers. Okay? If you are in favor, you put a cross in front of where it says in favor. If you are against, you put a cross in front of where it says against. And if you are abstaining, you put a cross in front of the abstention. Everyone understood this? Crosses, not numbers. Okay?
Armenia answered 2 votes. Austria, you had 2 votes. Belgium, VVS, 1 vote. Bulgaria, NAS, 1 vote. Croatia, CSC, 2 votes by proxy to Spoon. Cyprus, Bowman, 2 votes. Czech Republic, Sykriviship, 2 votes. Denmark, DSF, 2 votes. Estonia, AUN, 2 votes. Finland, Syl, 1 vote. Finland, Samok, 1 vote. Spanish, 1 vote. Germany after this, 2 votes. Hungary, Herb, 2 votes. Iceland, please. Herb, 2. After this. Iceland, please. 1 vote. Iceland SHI, 1 vote by proxy to Lise. Go to the EC, please have the discussions outside because Pina cannot understand me if you are talking too loud. Ireland, USI, 2 votes. Israel is 2 votes. Italy, UDO, 2 votes. Latvia, LSA, 2 votes. Lithuania, LSS, 2 votes. Luxembourg, now 2 votes by proxy to FZS. Malta, KSU, 2 votes. Montenegro, Spoon, 2 votes. Netherlands, ISO, 1 vote. Netherlands, LSVB, 1 vote. Norway, NSO, 2 votes. Poland, PSRP, 2 votes. Romania, Anasaret, 2 votes. If I say your union's name, signify to Pina where you are so you can find you. Serbia, Skonos, 1 vote by proxy to SSU. Slovakia, Široviša, 2 votes. Slovenia, SSU 2 votes. Wait, what's up? Slovenia, SSU 2 votes. Spain, 2 votes. Sweden, SFS, 2 votes.
Let's make it so that
Switzerland for SSU Susu, 2 votes. And NUSUK from the UK, 2 votes. Okay, we hope that those who we started with already filled in their ballots, because we're now going to do the same thing again and collect the votes. Armenia answered 2 votes. Austria Erhard 2 votes. Belgium VBS 1 vote. Bulgaria NASC 1 vote. Croatia CSC 2 votes by proxy to SPOOM. Cyprus Pofen 2 votes. Czech Republic Sikrevic 2 votes. Denmark DSF 2 votes. Estonia AUL 2 votes. Finland Still 1 vote. Finland Samok 1 vote. France Farge 1 vote. Germany FTS 2 votes. Hungary Herb 2 votes. Iceland Cleese 1 vote. Iceland SHI 1 vote by proxy to Lease. Ireland with USI 2 votes. Israel Nuis 2 votes. Italy Udu 2 votes. Latvia LSA 2 votes. Lithuania LSS 2 votes. Luxembourg Yanel 2 votes by proxy to FTS. Malta KSU 2 votes. Montenegro Spoon 2 votes. Netherlands ISO 1 vote. Netherlands LSVB 1 vote. Norway NSO 2 votes. Poland PSRP 2 votes. Romania unaltered 2 votes. Serbia Scots 1 vote by proxy to SSU. Slovakia Šerević 2 votes. Slovenia SSU 2 votes. Spain Kirov 2 votes. Sweden SFS 2 votes. Switzerland passes SSU 2 votes. And NUSUK from the UK 2 votes. There is a technical point from SSU. Can we have a microphone for SSU, please?
Everybody, I just wanted to say that I think that we did not nominate election will help us, right?
Well, that's later in the agenda. That is
But we need it now for
technical
the
issue. I think that we can have the
SSU, this is a ratification of the decision, it's not an election. That's why there's no need for to have election government with this point on the agenda, because we're not dealing up with elections.
But it's a secret vote, so...
Sorry?
Yeah, but this is a secret vote.
Yeah, and? During the board meeting where the secret votes, it's the charity that takes care of the secret votes. If you remember in the past, you've been here before, we don't ask for election helpers when we're not doing a secret vote. For instance, to elect the host of the next board meeting, let's have a secret vote.
Let me explain. The thing is, we don't have anybody to count that yet, but we do have the official person who is in charge of counting stuff of SU here, because Anna would normally, in an actual election, be the returning officer, which is why Anna is now accompanied by my two fellow charity members to a table somewhere in the corner, I would say, over there. And Anna will do the count, and Anna will also announce the result. And then, while this is happening, I will appoint the election helpers. Is that okay for you, SSU?
It's not okay, but it's okay by the rules of what they do. It's democracy.
Okay, so for the case that we do have other things there that need counting, we need election helpers, as Andras pointed out just right. Are there any proposals for election helpers? Can we have a microphone for NUSK and then for SSU?
We propose Mike Day.
Okay, so we got Mike Day as a proposal. SSU would like to propose somebody?
You propose Matthäus Schaus.
Nein.
Matthäus Schaus.
Wir machen nicht die Finanzen. Committee for Internal Audit. Dafür steht es hier. Das ist die
Okay. Okay, there is Creo asking for the floor.
Oriol Rivera. Oriol Rivera.
Oriol Rivera.
Oriol Rivera, that works much better with my language skills. Anybody else who would like to propose election helpers? Okay. Okay, we got proposed Mike Day from NUSK, Matthäus Schaus from SSU, and also Oriol Rivera from Creo for election helpers. Anybody else who would like to take the floor at this point? I don't see anybody else on the floor. So is there any active opposition against the appointment of the three mentioned people as election helpers for this PM? There is no active opposition. Thank you very much. The election helpers have been appointed. And we can move on to part 2 of the agenda, which is the point reporting. And I would like to ask the HAX team to take the floor for the general activity report of the period of the second half year of 2016.
Once now we are having beautifully sorted out the hats, I would like to start. We are standing here in front as the whole team, as this general activity report is actually also the work of the whole team and by no means my general activity report. The general activity report is reflecting what has been done according to the plan of work of 2016. It is covering actually the whole year, meaning the plan now is in addition to the first half year that has been handed in Bergen. In plus to the plan of work directly, there is also added some information about our project work and some of the most important representation duties. To line out just a few things from the different clusters. In mobility and internationalization, we have, for example, been working a lot with the Erasmus Plus implementation report. The amendments to it have been submitted. Furthermore, we are also working on the midterm review. I have heard from the cluster that the questionnaire is finalized, so get ready for this. And of course, also in the part of mobility and internationalization goes the progress that has been made regarding the global student movement, just to mention the Bergen Declaration and the Fund Our Future campaign. In social dimension, there has been work done regarding the social dimension as a Bologna priority, which actually we managed to assure. We are also going to be part of the preparatory team for the official PLA that will be done in the working group on implementation in the Bologna process on the very topic. And also this inspired by a post from a board member yesterday. This doesn't really belong to social dimension, but to Bologna in general. Actually, by now you can access the BFUG document publicly on the website before the meetings. This has not been the case and has actually been reached, as ESU has been asking them for so many times that finally they decided to be a bit less secretive. The next cluster would be the Q cluster. The Pascal project has successfully finished, but of course the results are still disseminated and shared, also among member unions and other people who are actually inviting our experts. Another project which is ongoing is the ECI project, which is disseminating the new ESG. And last year also the seminaries have been taking place for our own quality assurance experts to actually learn more about the new ESG. In public responsibility and financing, there has been engagement in monitoring trade agreements. We have also been speaking at a stakeholders consultation and were able to use the engagement there actually to work together with Education International, which is the teachers' trade union, with which we work together not only in the area of public responsibility but also in the social dimension. Furthermore, the study session on human rights and participation with the main emphasis on the Eastern Partnership countries has been taking place in Budapest in this year, and the ongoing work about the skills agenda is also a thing that is to be allocated in the PR cluster. So much for the introduction.
Okay, thank you very much, Leah, for the introduction of the general activity report. Before we open the floor for your questions, I would like to announce the result of the vote on the ratification of the selection of Helga Lindmark as an additional new member of the EC. There were 45 votes in favor.
She has to announce.
She has to. It's not an election, she doesn't technically.
No, she's returning officer.
But it's not an election.
I agree with you.
You want to yes, what?
But you know what's
Okay. 45 votes in favor, 15 against, and 2 abstention. Congratulations, Helga. And now I hand over to Angus to go on with the chairing of the BM.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor. Is there anyone in the board wishing to make a statement or a question of the EC? Really? Oh. That's a bit big. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for...
Just closer to...
Thank you for the report and explanation of the report. It's really clarifying. We have a couple of questions, and I'll limit myself in this regard. With regard to point 1A2 on data collection, we were wondering, and Netherlands has just stopped this kind of data collection, so we were wondering what the European trend is in this regard, and we just want to let you know that the Netherlands will be unable to provide any data within upcoming years, probably. On 1B5, on data collection as well, we're wondering what kind of data has been collected. And with regard to the C3AV, it is on the public consultation on the modernization agenda. We were wondering why there was no facilitation and coordination on this of this public consultation. So those three are.
Thank you, SVP. Easy.
Is it working? Is it working? Yes, it is. Could you please repeat the second point? Because you were going quite fast and to define exactly what you're referring to.
Yes, it was on 1BI, Erasmus Plus implementation. We're wondering what kind of data has been collected.
Yeah, so as it's explained here, we have designed a questionnaire. It will be sent quite soon. The data has not been collected so far. We have been mainly engaged with the already collected data by EUA, European University Association, and Light on the Learning Platform. We have been contributing to this one, but for the member unions, the questionnaire will be sent quite soon out to you, so you'll be able to contribute to the process. And also we had a session during the ESC to more facilitate the inputs and see the problematics, what the unions have, so we can adapt the questionnaire more to it. Then regarding the modernization agenda, the consultation was closed in March, and there was the communication with NUSs as well. So there were contributions to NUSs, so NUSs can reply to modernization agenda. But the revised modernization agenda should be out in January or February, so we will just communicate what is the outcome of it.
Thank you very much, Liva. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor this time? I have Sule and then Sule. Microphone to Sule, please.
Thank you so much. So I'm calling from Sule, and I would like to actually thank the EC for the way that you shared your information of the European Student Card with us and kind of helped us in also to do the advocacy, and it was really helpful for us, and we hope for more of this, but we are really, really happy with you right now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Would the EC like to respond? No. You're welcome, I guess, is the answer. Microphone to Valsa Susu, please.
We have something similar to say actually. We want to give a big thank you to the EC for your report and especially for all the work that you've done so far, and we really enjoyed reading your report with all the information inside. So thank you very much for this. We are also really happy about the report and don't have any more specific questions on that.
Thank you very much, Valsa Susu. DC also says you're welcome. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor at this point? That does not seem to be the case. So we thank the EC, and I would now ask if there is any active opposition to adopting the general activity report. There is none, and so we take it as adopted. Thank you, EC. We will now move to the individual reports, beginning with Elizabeth Button. Yes.
Because you are Beth.
Just one moment while Beth prepares herself.
Yeah, sure. Second, let's start with Beth.
And here is Beth. You have the floor. And we get the microphone working for the EC, please.
I would just add that I've done since I wrote the report. So I attended the Education International Conference in Ghana a couple of weeks ago, where I was invited to come and talk to them on a panel discussion about education for sustainability and what kind of students' thinking is around the role of education in tackling these sustainable development goals and how we were mobilising students on them. So I presented on the joint action plan that we've developed with Education International and OBESU, and spoke about that and about global student cooperation. And it was really good. And then I had a meeting with the All African Student Federation, and we had kind of a round table and a press conference where we spoke about our shared agendas and common issues that students are facing both in the African region and the European region, and actually sort of came up with some really exciting recommendations for how we're going to cooperate regionally moving forward. I also, I think the thing to mention is that I have, well, Fund Our Future happened. Well, then November 17th was the International Students' Day, and that was sort of the focal point of Fund Our Future. And you probably already know that Fund Our Future's been going on for a couple of months now. We've had sort of demonstrations happening in lots of cities around the world. And November 17th, I think when we did the breakdown of the impact of the communications, I think we thought we reached about 1 million people on social media, which I think was really, really exciting. And I'm personally really thankful for all those of you who got involved, and it's been really, really amazing actually to sort of see the kind of actions that you guys are doing and to learn from each other. And I'm hopeful that the website that we've created and developed will kind of continue to be a platform for sharing your experiences and for you guys to be able to use it to get resources. I think the plan for Fund Our Future moving forward is that we'll continue to be updating the platform. So if any of you have any campaigns that you're running, or if any of you have any actions, or you want any help or support, then please do continue to use the campaign website. Continue to use me and kind of the rest of the EC to get that, and also just continue to learn from each other. Because I think that's been the nicest thing about Fund Our Future, is that I think it's been really exciting to be able to sort of learn from the different kind of approaches to campaigning, and to be able to sort of see how people how people do it. I was really, I mean, I spent the 17th of November in Africa doing this work with the All African Student Union, and then social media was sort of going crazy with Fund Our Future stuff for International Students' Day. So that was really exciting. I don't think there's anything else to add, because I'm just going to kind of assume you guys have read my report. Any questions? Do I take questions now?
Yes, is there anybody, well, thank you, Beth. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor? I have Alice McVeigh, please.
First of all, Beth, we would like to thank you for the nice report, for the nice read. I have one question. You mentioned that, let me check it, communicating regularly enough, especially across or between clusters, could be improved. That's a trend we're seeing in other individual reports as well. So what would you propose to improve it for the coming half year?
Thank you, Alice. Beth?
Yeah, and I put this in partly because I think when I was reflecting and writing my report, I think one thing that I struggled with, having moved from sort of my previous role with my own national union into ESID, is that it's a very different way of working, and you can sometimes sort of feel like you're working alone a lot and you're kind of on your own, and so like communication. And I think we kind of made a real effort when we were in our handover to sort of say, we're going to kind of work more and communicate more. I think it would be as simple as just checking in more regularly with each other, because when you work kind of from home and you're sort of not physically in the same space as people, it's quite easy to sort of go days, weeks, however long without speaking. But I mean, we chat regularly in an informal way, but I think I'd just like to see it maybe make a bit more of an effort to have sort of regular, actually scheduled kind of meetings, and sort of be a bit better at that. But
thank you very much, Beth. Paulus Sassoudis, please. No, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Paulus Sassoudis at the back. And then we will have an announcement, don't worry.
We would like to thank you for your work and for your report. And we had a question regarding the Fund Our Future campaign. You already answered it somehow, but we still would like to ask you, how do you see the future of the Fund Our Future campaign?
Yes, so Fund Our Future, it came about sort of by accident as a result of the meeting that we had in Bergen with the Global Student Voice Seminar. And we kind of spoke about the fact that student unions from all around the world, wherever they're from, were facing issues of education funding and kind of the repercussions of cuts to education and increasing tuition fees. So Fund Our Future was sort of a reactionary initiative that we thought, okay, well here's an opportunity for us to keep engaging with student unions from around the world, not just formally in a meeting once a year, but sort of through cooperating and sharing best practice and sharing ideas and having kind of solidarity platform. And so it's sort of, what I would like to see Fund Our Future become is an ongoing initiative that enables students to kind of connect with each other globally. So the platform online can be used by anybody in the world to be able to learn more about different student unions globally, to share solidarity and share support for each other. And it really, and I suppose I'll throw this back to the board, Fund Our Future is whatever you want it to be. So if you want it to go in a certain direction, get involved and kind of help shape that. I think we're kind of talking about the fact that the next Global Student Voice meeting will be in Brazil next year. So we're kind of looking at how we as ESU are going to be engaging in that and what is our role going to be. But I think Fund Our Future hopefully will continue to be a platform, just for kind of sharing ideas and if any of you are running campaigns, then you can let me know and I'll put it on the website. We'll kind of promote it. We're starting to hopefully start to build a bit more of a social media following. So we're reaching out to kind of other student unions globally, learning from them, they're learning from us. I think I'd like to see Fund Our Future take on another proactive campaign next year, but with a longer lead-in time. I think the one thing that was difficult this year is that we didn't necessarily have very long to plan Fund Our Future. It sort of came about quite quickly and it sort of happened very quickly, and I would have liked to have been able to support the demonstrations that were happening in October, for example, a bit more, or to be able to kind of have a bit more interaction with them. So I would hope that whoever's doing this next year kind of can take Fund Our Future on and actually sort of have a bit more time to be able to link up the local and the international, because one thing that would be really good with Fund Our Future is when you have actions and demonstrations and campaigns happening in your national unions, if students in your country are able to say, okay, we're part of something bigger, you have the Fund Our Future logo on stuff, you have that sort of connection between the two. So yeah, I think Fund Our Future will continue to grow, hopefully. I think we'll probably find another campaign in the new year to kind of run through it, or at least another sort of initiative. But otherwise, it's for you guys to use it as you like. It's an online platform. It's a space to share your experiences.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We welcome your report and congratulate you on your work done so far. We wanted to ask you, you mentioned that the campaign was followed by demonstrations in many cities. Could you develop further in how many cities and where? If you can give us some examples, and which was the impact of the campaign globally outside Europe? Thank you.
Yes, so I can't count. Okay, about eight demonstrations took place in almost every region globally. So we had a couple in Europe, we had Denmark, we had USA, we had UK, we had Canada, there were ongoing things in South Africa. We know of demonstrations that took place in Australia. There were a lot of demonstrations, but I think the important thing with Fund Our Future is that it's not about directing or encouraging demonstrations to take place unless they're happening anyway. It's a sort of, we wanted to be able to support campaigns and actions when they were happening on a local level in a way that supported the specific context of that action, but not to sort of say that everybody had to take to the streets and have a protest. But I think the impact of Fund Our Future is quite hard to measure in kind of quantified, tangible terms, because actually I think if two student unions globally managed to connect to each other and learn from each other, then it had a big impact in my personal opinion. We know from the kind of the statistics that we got from our social media impact and from looking at the website that we had 1 million hits, or 1 million people reached via social media on the 17th of November. But yeah, I think the kind of the impact of Fund Our Future or kind of the success of it is based on what you as student unions and other student unions globally take from it. And I think it's been quite powerful to see people learning from each other. So to be able to connect student unions in Africa with student unions in Australia, and to sort of see you guys in Europe connecting with student unions around the world and learning from each other. So I think, yeah, the impact is sort of, in numbers term, we had sort of 8 demonstrations, but many more student unions took part that didn't necessarily have a physical demonstration, but took part in kind of online social media action. We had X amount of people sign up to the thing, but actually the impact, I think, has been more about sharing solidarity and support for each other, and that's quite powerful.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor? There is not. So we thank Beth for her report and we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Beth's report? There is not, and it's adopted. Thank you very much. Our next guest is Chiara.
Thank you, and hello everyone. There is not really much to add to my report. I mean, all the highlights of my work so far are already there. However, I would like to say that all the work that I've been doing until now, I really much enjoyed it, but I would like to spend a couple of words more on the ones that have been my 2 favorite events, actually, and they are the 2 that took place in the 2 European youth centers. The seminar on integration of Syrian refugee students that happened in Strasbourg, and our session on students as leaders for democracy and peace that we had in Budapest. They were so far my favorite events because, I mean, the first one, the seminar on integration of Syrian refugees, I was just participating and I learned a lot from that seminar. And the other one we were organizing, it was at least my first time in that role in such an activity, and it was really inspiring because even though we were the expert there, we were running the sessions, we also learned a lot from each other, from the participants, and it was really a great experience. And yeah, I just wanted to underline how much I liked it. What is not visible in my report is like the internal work. I haven't added the internal events, and I haven't added all the internal work that has been happening. Especially in the last month, I didn't have any other external event, so I had the possibility to focus on the work of my cluster, and it has meant to organize all the work that we need to put in place the plan of work for 2017, but especially working on the European Pillar for Social Rights. This is something that you're going to be informed and get on board very soon. I think already during this meeting probably, or right after. And yes, so this is, yeah, that's it. And last but not least, I would like to thank all my buddies because they've been really nice. Sometimes, the buddy tool is something really important and valuable, but sometimes it's just hard to keep in touch with everyone because of all our commitments and because we prefer to use different communication tools, but still all my buddies were super nice and understanding, and it was a good experience to start working with them this year. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any union wishing to take the floor? I have Vals as soon as Usu and then Isa.
Simone Vals as soon as Usu. Thank you very much, Chiara, for your work and for your report. We would like to ask you something on the seminar for integration of Syrian refugee students. So we would like to know what you actually learned there personally to bring into the EC.
It was personally, emotionally very valuable, but that's not something that is easily explicable. But then I think the best part was when we focused on the outcome of that seminar, since we produced this document that was sent to the Council of Europe, saying what are the needs of the students when they wish to integrate in the European education system. And what we actually found out is that their needs are not so much different than the needs of any international student, actually. The only problem, I would say, is that they, of course, come from a different background that is like psychologically not really helping them. And so this is basically the only difference, together with all the paperwork that is needed, of course, since they are refugees. But then, yes, I learned a lot on what are their real needs, and it's so much different when you get to hear what is the experience and what are the needs and what were the challenges directly from somebody that was experiencing them, instead of just, reflecting on this from the other side. So I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next is Isel. If you can, when I call on you, if you can hold up the red card so that the microphone person can find you, this would be better. Yeah.
Hi. First of all, thanks for the report. About the MEHR project. At the time you wrote the individual report, the outcomes were still at the initial stage. We were wondering if there's already an update on that, and if not, what do you think the future is going to bring?
The only new thing that happened since the report was submitted is that the questionnaire that we are working on, and I think is explained in the report, otherwise I can further explain. The questionnaire on human rights education has been sent out to the institutions, but still we are waiting for the answers. So the project went on, but not so far. And what I can say is that I think the basis we started from are really good, and the team that is working on this project is really proactive and has a lot of knowledge on the issues that we're tackling. So I have positive impression. I think it's going to be a valuable project. And yes, of course, it's too early to say, but it looks good.
Thank you. Next we have Samok. Again, if you can just wait for the speaker card around when
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Chiara. We would really like to thank that the EC is providing us with input to the European Social Pillar of Rights. It is something that we've been hoping for and asking for also as well. So we're really happy that, especially since the deadline for the consultation is coming up in very, very soon. We hope that we would get the SO responses as soon as possible for us to be able to integrate our positions or our responses into the SO agenda. We've had a discussion within our own EC already, I think, in the fall, so we're just waiting for SO input. But one of the reasons why we would like to, we're happy about this, this action from the EC, because we take this proposal very seriously. In the proposal, or when this was presented by the Commission, they have talked, for instance, looking into the competence of the EU, possibly even amending the Treaty of the EU. This is also, of course, something that we take very, very seriously, because we want education to stay as a national competence. And even if the threat at the moment doesn't seem very imminent, this is something that ESO really needs to be vigilant on. And as I mentioned, we've been kind of working on this for a while, and also if the EC wants input or ideas or help from Samok, and I'm sure I can speak on the behalf of Sue as well, we would be very happy to provide with our thoughts to the process.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. We can talk about it later, and basically you're going to get our answers and our position paper on the issue before next week, and then we can continue working on it. Thank you very much for your willingness to cooperate.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to make a comment or question on Chiara's reports? There is not, so we go to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Chiara's individual reports? There is none, therefore it is adopted. The next report will be from Helge Lindmark.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say... Hi, no, yeah. First of all, I just want to say that I'm really glad to be back, and it's a pleasure to be part of the EC. As you can see, my report is not really comprehensive or not really long, since when we handed them in, I had been a part of the EC for exactly 2 weeks, so not a lot of work had been done on my side. So the only meeting that I have in here is the EC meeting in Israel, where we basically spent the time working on the BM documents. Most of what I've been doing since I was chosen was to basically read up on what has been happening since I left. So I've been reading minutes from all of the old HAX meetings, trying to understand what has been going on. I've also been working with Chiara on the European Pillars of Social Rights. Yeah, so that is basically what I've been doing until now. So it's not a lot for me other to say. So if there's any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Faustus.
Simone Faustus. Thank you very much for your report and also for the work you've done so far. And we would like to ask you about the handover. So how did that happen and how was that for you?
In the start, I felt that it was going really well because I know the existing team quite well, but I will have to say I think it, because I'm not really getting a normal handover. I just have to step in and start working at the same pace as everybody else, and it is quite difficult because everybody is super busy and it's hard to get, it's hard for them to basically stop and give me a handover. So I feel like I'm still, in a way, trying to get used to my role. So I still don't feel like I am at the same pace as them, to be 100% honest. But it is working. I will manage to get there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor? I have USI. Sorry, USI, can I ask you to speak right into the mic?
Thank you to have them present again because it's the best time of year to do it. It's a different context and
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor? There is not. Therefore, we will go to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Helgeling's report? There is none, so it's adopted. Congratulations. Now, while Frederick is working his way up, I have some announcements to make. The first one is that the organisers, recognising that the internet isn't working, have been kind enough to print out copies of the timetable, which are in your pigeonholes at the back of the room, for you to at least know more or less when we're going to discuss what. That's the second thing is that after lunch, we have the first of our deadlines. And this is the deadline for amendments to the standing orders. So if anybody has those amendments, they must be with us by the time that we start again after lunch. That's very important. And just as a general point from now on, this entire board meeting, when you send us an email, I'll give you the address shortly, when you send us an email, please include in the subject line of the email what point of the agenda your amendment or motion or resolution is dealing with. This makes our lives so much easier and saves us so much time. We would be very grateful if you can remember this. That email address is bmchair, all in one word, at esu-online.org. bmchair@esu-online.org. Thank you. This has been the end of the advertising break. Next week, Frederick.
Thank you. Hello? Yes. Okay. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to upload my report beforehand. I have been dealing with some sickness the last month, and I therefore had to cut back on some of my activities, where writing this report was one of them. I will now shortly go over the tasks I've been working on and the representation I've been doing, and then we'll be able to ask questions. First of all, I've been working a little bit with helping create the concept of the future at the beginning of the campaign. to be a help of the great work of help. And then I've been working with multiple purpose of higher education, especially working with utilization of the state work from the state project. Had a presentation and a workshop at Bratislava. Furthermore, I've been using the work from SAGE at my work at the Korean project. With codification, we have had the task force. It's been running slowly, but we're starting to get new people. Then I've been monitoring the trade agreements. With modern collegiality, we had a training with Louis doing our last EC. It's also a part of the spread project. With my representation, I've been focusing a lot on my two projects, which are Korea, which is trying to create guidelines for student career services. Been working with ESA, which is a new project, which is trying to create a certificate in university social responsibility and create auditing with students. Then I've been also participating in the spread project and in the final part of that. Then I've been doing training at DSF summer camp on accessibility in student movement. And I've been taking part of the study visit to BAS, Belarus, in the writing of the report. Yes. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Frederick. I think that's ISO. You're holding it at a strange angle. No, it's LSVP, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the oral elaboration on the activities that you carried out just now. It clarified some things. However, we were wondering, apparently, due to personal circumstances, you're not able to hand in the report. We do think that individual reporting should be a priority on the task, on the list of tasks that you have to carry out, because as we all know, it's the only, like the BNs are the only opportunities to get an insight into the activities that you all are carrying out. In this regard, we're also wondering if there will be any written report that is still coming up in upcoming weeks or upcoming days, because it would be really nice to have some form of written report to read. Thank you.
Yes. To clarify this, the written report has to be accepted by BM. So the way to do this would be that the next BM I will report for the whole year.
Thank you very much.
I will have two separate reports at the next meeting.
Oh, beg your pardon, excuse me. I have Paus as soon as next.
Simone Fases. Thank you, Frederick, for your work, and yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that we were not able to read about what you did now beforehand of the board meeting. And I agree it would be nice to have your report at before the next PM. But I think this will be no problem. So, in general, we would like to ask you if you could tell us about your favorite meeting that you attended, and what actually you gained out of this meeting, and what surplus you gained there for ISU.
I would say that my favorite meeting which will be in Turkey. I would say the second handover we had in Macedonia. I feel that for ISU we came for the whole HACS team. We started to act as a team there and started to work very good together, strengthen a bit of the communication we had. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor? There is not. Now, because we missed a couple of deadlines here, we won't be adopting this report, but just a round of applause for Frederick. Thank you. Next report is from Adam Beck.
Hello. Yeah. Hello everybody. It's a really great pleasure for me to be here and to report for the first time in my home country. So, first of all, I would like to say that I find that this couple of months I have been in ESU as a great privilege, and I learned a lot, and I was inspired a lot by a lot of experiences I gained here, and I think this was really an amazing chance. And if I can describe my work I did in the last months, I think I can divide it in 3 parts. Which first one is a project, the second is the external representation, and then some internal tasks I had to fulfill. The biggest project I was involved recently was the project of SPAC, which is coming to its end. It was like a couple of trainings, and we are also preparing to the kicking off with the new work package with the project of Equip. But most of all, I had a lot of external representation. It was, I have to say, much more than I thought it is, because I have always known that being The Hague, it means that you have to participate in many conferences, many external representation, but I haven't expected that it's that a lot of. So here it was really very, very challenging, and I think and I hope that I also prepared myself for this external presentation to be able to present ESO's policy, ESO's projects outcomes at different projects, which is also very important for me to fulfill the plan of work of the quality cluster in terms of dissemination, the outcomes of the project. But recently I also had quite a lot, I think, internal work, which is usually connected with all of this here. So with the DM, with dealing with practicalities. I also did one minor thing I will present later. It's like I made an investigation on one of the associate members of ESO. So it was investigation. I think that what I can say about last month, it was mostly these things which are external. I gave myself the external representation to this internal work. I hope that the next month I can go to I can change this a little bit, because I will have different tasks, and the being in Malta, which will be very Q oriented, is a big task for the whole task force. The whole cluster of quality of education, and the next months will be mostly devoted to extension of the ESO's policy on quality, and also on empowerment, on capacity building in terms of quality of the organization. And the best moments, first of all, the legendary mushroom collecting in Macedonia, which was really amazing thing. But mostly I think that meeting a lot of people who really inspired me and who gave me a lot from them. This was first of all my amazing team, the EC of course, but also I met a lot of amazing people at events which are in different parts of Europe, not only at European Quality Assurance Forum, but also at some small events, like for example in Greece or in Lviv, when actually I felt why I'm here, and I really liked the moment when I talked with people and I saw that from our discussion, workshop, conversation, we both learned a lot, and these people I talked with, I tried to train with, they sometimes comprehend the concepts of our policies, and I hope they will disseminate it at their home. So I also wanted to thank my buddies I hope we are in good contact and we are quite responsive. So I hope we will still work on our communication. So I think that's all.
Thank you, Adam. Is there any union wishing to take the floor? I have Faust as soon as Suso.
Simone Faust. Thank you, Adam, for your work, and thank you for the report, and especially thank you for your double work, kind of, in the EC and in preparing the board meeting, so playing a role in this. So our question is about, because you mentioned that the board meeting organization needs some improvement, and I guess that you are in a position of telling us more about that. So can you elaborate shortly about what could be improvement in that?
Yes, I think that what I have experienced in recent months, it gives me like some ideas on how we can work on this, and I think that we shall have like some kind of internal debate on what do we expect from the events, because we actually organizing an event like this one, we based on the previous events, but sometimes we have to face challenges like finances, like registration, like a lot of different things which needs to be improved. And I think that in recent years, when we receive like one application per year, it means that we actually sometimes have to like seek for union, or when we do not see this interest, it means that there's something wrong. And I guess there is some things which can be improved, especially in the way the organizers are informed about a lot of tasks they have to do and they are not aware. Because I have to say that like I applied for this event when I was the internal officer of BSRP, and from this point of view, when I'm standing now, I haven't expected like a half of things. So I think we really have to have like the fair discussion internal in the SU on what do we expect from the events. Do we expect really great hotels with 5 stars in the center of cities, or shall we, for example, what actually for me would be the much better solution, to stick to the conditions of students in respective country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have LSVB next, please.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for all your work and your really extensive and insightful report. We noticed that you also made a lot of proposals for improvement. And you're stating that you're very happy that you're working on changes in reporting. So could you clarify a bit on what these changes entail?
Regarding the changes in reporting, this report which has been changed was done by Alexander. So of course it's not me. I just want to mention that I'm really happy that we are improving this kind of reporting, because I found this form much better than the previous one, especially that we are focusing here on the plan of work, on the points of the plan of work, not only on the feelings, experiences, and on the events. I know that like my part of the events is quite huge, but I have problems with writing really short. Maybe I will improve this for the next report. But for sure, I'm really happy with this. And as you may know, like when I still was in board, I was quite eager to write or to support internal motions on improving reporting, and I think we are going on a good path. But I still think that, that's my personal opinion, that the reporting to the board shall be like maybe a bit more often done.
Okay, thank you for the elaboration. So
I beg your pardon. Would LSVB like to take the floor again?
Yes.
Then I have LSVB.
Thank you.
Can't just decide to speak whenever you want. You know, we have a system here. It's okay.
So thank you for the elaborations. So you're basically happy with the individual report as it stands, or do you see further improvements that could be made? Thank you.
So like my first thought after seeing all reports of mine and my colleagues is that even though we have one form, like the way we feel it is different, because some people, for example, I did it completely different. For example, in comparison to the BETS report, when I saw this completely different way of thinking about these points, and I think when we discuss and when we see these reports, which are first time done in this form, then we can improve it on the content we put in for the next time.
Thank you. I have answer next, please.
Thank you for your report, and thank you for being a very excellent body for us. In one of your proposals, you are mentioning about a platform that we shall work out for INESIS in the aim of sharing practices and quality. What do you consider the role of bodies in this? I mean, do you see this body system as a circle between different unions for sharing their practices? Have you considered this as well?
So this thing is very connected with the point in the plan of work, the quality cluster prepared. So in the next year, if it's going to be accepted by the board, we would like to work on a platform of sharing the practices in quality in education, because at least as the quality cluster thinks, the quality is like very, very important and one of the most important things in the work of our unions. So we would like to work more and give unions, but also like to the local unions from our universities, like the platform of sharing these things. There are some things being done previously in terms of sharing good practices in quality, but since the topic is changing very, very fast because of the modernization, then we would like to have it maybe something more updated to the current times. So I think that if it's going to be like we think in the Q cluster, in terms of this platform, you will be shortly contacted in terms of this your contribution in sharing the practices in QA. Maybe by your bodies, but maybe by us. This thing we haven't talked about yet, because maybe when we have like the one cluster job, it may be better to be focused by people from this cluster, but we will see. But I think that the body system is really, it's a really great tool, and if we use it properly, it gives us like a lot of opportunities. For example, because like I have 7 unions, and some of these unions I haven't known that well before, and after these few months we are now really close. So I think this is really great tool of how to make the contacts between the EC and the unions really updated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to take the floor? There is not, so we will move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting the individual report of Adam? There is none, so it's adopted. The next report is from Gramos.
Hello, so thank you all again. I hope you managed to go through my report. I do apologize that it came on the 8-day deadline and it didn't come on the 30-day deadline. It was right after the meeting on Beersheba, Israel, where we had the EC meeting and we were doing the plan of work. So it took a bit of time, the meeting there, and then post there. I had a bit difficulties arranging it, but at least hopefully you managed still to read it at the 8-day deadline. So to go brief, I'm not going to go through the report since I hope you managed to read it, but I've also been engaged with different clusters, and I'm part of 2 different clusters, both the public responsibility and mobility and internationalization, and I've had the pleasure to work with most of the EC, which has been something really important for me. On top of that, some of the really favorite things I've had throughout this period has been engaging in the 2 projects which I'm part of, the Side Challenge and the Kalohi project. And I have to say that being part of those is not only really important for ESU, but for instance, the project in Kalohi, there's people who have been working with ECTS, who have developed actually ECTS and have worked in the Bologna process. So it's really good to see the whole development that has happened and this huge reform that has happened. And I think that the project itself will bring another huge reform in higher education area of Europe. On top of that, I noticed I didn't include, but I've also helped write the content for the Fund Our Future campaign, which wasn't too much of a work. But I have to say that even though the individual report reflects our work, it's not the 100% of the work. There's a lot of administrative stuff, there's a lot of things that even you as an EC member are not so sure where to put there. But I've had only pleasure and joy doing most of the stuff, especially external and internal. So if you have some questions, I'm more than willing to take them.
Thank you, Ramos. The floor is now open. Is there anyone who would like to take the floor? Shockingly, I have Vamos as soon as Usun. Excuse me, the mic doesn't seem to be working.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, Andreas Fauses Unesuzu. First of all, thank you for your report and for your work. You mentioned hard conditions for working together. Your suggestion is a more balanced type of work and a more sustainable work. And the question here is, what do you mean exactly with this?
Okay, so the difficulty is that usually the EC meets once a month, and then during that once a month, on top of the meetings, we have a lot of plannings and documents that we need to go through. So on the 3 days, there's a really big overload of the work that we are doing, and sometimes it's really difficult to spread out that work. I think this is something that I put it out there, that I realized, and that for the next period, the half a year, we really have to work together within the clusters and outside of the clusters to spread the work and to be more and more finding new ways on working online, because even though we do most of the work online and even though we do a pretty good job, we do also leave a lot of the work for when we meet face to face. So I've noticed that whenever we are meeting face to face, we are starting at 8 and finishing at God knows when, or in the last meeting that we have in Israel, it was maybe 5 in the morning when we finished doing our work, which we enjoyed doing and it was fun, but then it's also the efficiency can go low. So maybe we should, not you as a board, but this was more like self-reflective, so we should as EC members look, and as cluster coordinator look into how to spread out the work a bit better throughout the month before we meet in the end. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is LSVB. No, it's not LSVB. Then the floor is open. Is there anyone who would like to take the floor? There is not. Good. Okay. Now, since this is the first document that this refers to, we need to suspend the standing orders to allow us to discuss some documents that were submitted less than 30 days before the BM, but more than 8 days before the BM. So this is a procedural motion to suspend the standing orders, allowing us to discuss the reports of Blaže, Frederick, Gramos, and Melanie, which were submitted. I beg your pardon. This is fulfilling the standing orders. 7.4b. This is of the board needs to approve discussing these documents by a 2/3 majority, or else we can't even discuss them. So I will now ask: is there any? First of all, does everyone understand? First of all, does everyone understand? Yes. Some people are nodding. Some people are maybe paying attention. Good. Good. So then I will ask: is there any active opposition to this procedural motion? To approve. Is there any active opposition? No, this is to, I beg your pardon, let me clarify. This is to discuss these documents which were submitted late. Because if we don't, then we can't even discuss them at all. If we vote yes, then everything's fine. If no, it gets complicated, but no worries, we'll fix it. So, the question then is there any active opposition to including these 4 documents in the agenda? There is none, so it's approved. Now, I ask, is there any active opposition to the report of Reynolds? There is none, so that's approved. Thank you. And we move to the report of Alexander.
Very good. Okay, so hello everyone. Yes, okay, regarding my report, I'm not going to do much details about what has been written here because it's on the paper, maybe just a little bit of personal reflection which is not in there, and some comments, notes about the things that have happened since then. So the first thing, this position paper on the Council recommendation on EQF, which ties very much with the first activity, my participation and representation of ESU in the EQF AG. I think that these 2 things will very much, so to say, go hand in hand, because they will help me, I believe this position paper that we have produced will help me to also represent better in this EQF AG. Which, just by the way, the next meeting, my second meeting, the one that is in here was the first one, as I said, will be just after this BN, couple of days after this BN. Another thing, the work on this article about student-centered learning, one of the things that I would hope is like one of the most positive outcomes. Because you have seen also in the general activity report, the project Pascal has finished. However, the work on SCL is most definitely not done. I would in a way say that the troubles are only beginning. And if I can just like offer a personal reflection, this very often newly found enthusiasm, which you can see, for example, that in my external representation, basically everywhere they would ask me to talk about SCL, and also in like 2 weeks again on another UNICA event, again student-centered learning. So there is this, it seems, newly found enthusiasm about the concept, of course in 2015 inclusion in the ESG, but what I think we need to be very careful is the implementation at this fundamental level, first on the national level when the agencies actually revise their own standards and procedures. So yes, this, in short, this is what worries me a bit, and this is what I think that we need to work a lot on, to make sure that this implementation is proper and not to have a situation where things are implemented, and, like, let's put it like this, not in the best way, and then later we have backlash, saying, okay, but look, this is harmful, look, this is not good for the quality, etc., etc. So this article is like, let's say, I see it as a part of this push of ours to promote it within all stakeholders, which is also in our plan. And just a couple of things that have happened since the report, 2 things that are maybe, I don't know, not external representation, but external participation. One is in the ESPAC project event, which Adam has already mentioned, so the event in Romania, where we have participated in training of the Armenian students. They had sort of simulations, which was, I think, very productive to participate in, and I think that this kind of trainings can be something that can, this form of trainings with the simulations can be very much something that we can retain and use in the future, at least I would like that. Second thing, European Quality Assurance Forum, also the whole quality cluster and the president participated there. I would say it's a very high quality event, very encouraging. I would also mention that for the first time it was hosted by the student union, in this case the Slovenian student union, and I personally at least hope that this will remain, let's say, standard. From what I've heard, also next ECAP, which will be in Latvia, is also hosted by the student union, part. So I think this is a very, very encouraging development. We are really showing that we are key stakeholders in this area. And one very recent thing, so from yesterday, first meeting of the steering committee of the European Learning and Teaching Forum. So just to briefly explain what is going on here. So the European University Association is starting with this new project, so this European Forum on Learning and Teaching, which will be held in September of 2017, and they have asked for ESU's participation in the steering committee, and I'm ESU's representative there. Yesterday we had the first meeting discussing, let's say, broadly the concept, the themes. I won't go into too much detail here in the individual report. We can discuss this at any time. If you're interested, please just do approach me. But I would just say broadly that it will be like a two-day event, which what will precede it is work of probably 4 thematic groups, which will work on a certain key topic that we have detected in the learning and teaching area. The idea itself, I would say, very positive, because it will help also in what is our goal, I think, to push learning and teaching to the forefront of the education. Unfortunately, too often we have to prove or discuss something that should be self-evident, and this is that learning is, of course, at least one of the 2 main, if not the main factor of education. So I think that it's great that the EUA has recognized this, that this will happen. And what just the main thing that I'll signal out from yesterday's meeting is the discussion about student participation, where we will try to ensure that in all of these thematic groups, and then consequentially also in the reports which will be present at this forum, the students are participating and the student perspective is heard, because I think it would be very even paradoxical to have discussions on learning and teaching without a student perspective. But yes, I mean, I'm the only external, in this steering committee, I'm the only external member, so all other members are rectors. So basically it's a student representative and some rectors agreeing on these things. So that would be it. Of course, open for questions.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor? Please.
Simone, so first of all, thank you very much for your work and for your report, and also thank you very much for further comments now on your report and what you've done just recently. This was very helpful to understand what you're doing. So we have just a small question about the improvement that you mentioned. So you mentioned the cross-cluster communication, that you would suggest to have more of this. Can you explain a bit further on this issue?
Yes, of course. And basically my answer here would very much be like what Beth had also responded. So for beginning, I think that just communicating more often, just being acquainted what is happening, just so to say, like breaking this feeling that you are working in your area and that's it, I think this would be enough. I can see at least a couple of ways this can be beneficial. First, you can really find, I don't know if this is the right word, but maybe inspiration in the work in other clusters for the work you do in your cluster. But furthermore, it's not only about this, sometimes it gets really technical and content-wise. I'll just say from the perspective of quality, for example, okay, it's not maybe the fundament, but there are discussions in the area of quality of higher education and in the area of quality assurance as well, which touch very much on other questions, for example, from social dimension, also from the government. So, but if I had to say specifically, very practically what to do, just being more acquainted with the work, I think we will manage this without any particular problems.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to take the floor? There is not, so we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Alexander's report? There is none, so it's adopted. Thank you very much, Alexander. And now we move to the report of Liva, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good. I will also be reporting for the period in between when the report was written and the BM itself. So the rest is written quite in detail in the report. And if you have any questions, then we address them later. So throughout this period, financial management of SU has been ensured. Together with the head of secretariat and our accountant, we've been looking more into also financial forecasting for our organization for the next 2 years. So we ensure the sustainability of funding and know how much exactly money we're missing in short to ensure to activities that we are running, basically. Then there has been a lot of coordination in terms of social rights pillar and Erasmus+. So social rights pillar consultation is open at the moment, and we have been talking with other stakeholders for inputs and also mapping what we can do in those terms, and also talking with MEPs so how we can ensure that education is reflected there widely and access to education is reflected there, together with other social rights of students. For Erasmus+, there is a consultation coming up in March. And also we have got ourselves into selective consultation. That was not the case before, so I'm quite happy with this. And we are mapping now the survey that has been almost finalized and will be sent to members. So there has been a preparation for the selective consultation going on, and also coordination with other partners like the Youth Forum, the Lifelong Learning Platform, but also communication with MEPs regarding the implementation report. I will highlight a couple of events that have been important in this period in between the report and the board meeting. So one of them is Working Group 3 on the new policy goals of the European higher education area. That was in November. I took the co-chairing of this working group from Fernando in summer, and we have been coming forwards to recommendations on digitalization. So working group is proposing recommendations to the ministerial conference that will take part in 2018, and SU is contributing to all 5 topics that are determined there. There has been a General Assembly of the Youth Forum that I've been participating as SU representative, and we did work on education and access to education being reflected in the next youth priorities that will come for the next 8 years, and it is also quite important for us, so it will influence the way how Commission and the European Union is working with those topics. And also I've been moderating some sessions in the Education International Global Conference on Refugee Education that was held in November, and mainly contributing to recommendations on how prevent young people dropping out of education and just going astray. Also, there has been a process ongoing with the European student card that came as a quite cold shower to SU as well, and we have been contributing to the talks within the Commission and have been arranging meetings with them, also communicating with the ESN, but also coordinating the input from the unions and also widely using the input that you provided. So thank you a lot for that. And also there has been a work in terms of debt collection and membership fee collection in order also to ensure a smooth quorum of this board meeting. So those are the main parts, but then I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. If there is anyone wishing to take the floor, yes, there is. So I will begin with AUL.
Hello. Thanks, Liva, for the report. My question is about the student card. Could you tell us a bit more what the situation is right now?
Yeah. So we will have a complete last update next week when we have a meeting with the Commission. At the moment, we have been chatting with the representatives of the 4 countries that have been inside and how it looks from the German side. It's mainly a national project that they're trying to push somewhere, but there's a lot of resistance and a lot of misbelief that it can be actually carried out, and there are a couple of countries, also mainly Nordic countries, that are very against this. So honestly, I think that nothing much will be going on there, but also considering a very reasonable approach that higher education institutions in Europe and also student unions have invested a lot of time and resources in building up the structures about there, and also the services are, the local cards are linked with the services a lot on the local basis. So in order to replace that, that would take, and I don't think that EU grants that are kind of envisioned to be provided, that they are sufficient enough to implement this big infrastructure. So I really don't think that this will be carried out.
Thank you. Next, I would like LSVP, please.
We would also like to thank you for the report, Liva. So can you elaborate a little bit more on your remark about that people, and you also think that better understanding of what the EC is and what responsibilities and politically and strategically it implies needs to be developed, etc., and that it cannot be a place that people claim to deserve?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. It's a bit strong wording, I think, that I put in there, and I think that all of the EC members and the board needs to be aware, like, that this is a quite strategic position as well. Because we have a plan of work, but I think that all of the EC members need to have a vision where to go, because we work a lot with like strategic approaches and advocacy and lobbying, and I think that that kind of understanding there's still a space for development, and sometimes we see that also we need to have kind of very clear steps and understanding how to get there, because it's a leadership position. It's of course according to what board has told us to do in a policy and also in a plan of work, but also it's a lot of strategic work itself. So I think that it should be emphasized even more.
Thank you, Liva. Next is Vouwasessunes Rusu.
Simone Vouwasessunes. Thank you, Liva, for your work and also for the well-written report. We would like to ask something about the Bologna follow-up group that you wrote nicely. How actually is the collaboration and the cooperation with local students unions taking place, or is this, how are you thinking about that?
I will ask for clarification. Are you referring to the advisory group in Belarus?
Yes.
Okay. So the cooperation with the local student unions, meaning the more or less national frame student unions, it's going on very well. I would say that they are our main information source, apart from also independent Bologna committee that do the monitoring there for the student rights violations that I directly use in BFUG work, and that I use this kind of evidence to contradict what the ministry is saying, because the first source for the group is the ministry. So the Ministry of Belarus is reporting towards the advisory group and saying how far the implementation is done, and this kind of cooperation is very useful for us in terms of just caught them in some kind of misimplementation, or if they're lying or so. So I would say the cooperation is very important and it's very good. We're mainly cooperating with the BOS, with the BSA, but also with Studrada, that is like a part of the National Youth Council, and also with a couple more initiatives that are more targeted towards the monitoring of the student rights.
Thank you very much. Is there any other union wishing to take the floor? Yes, there is. I will have SSU first, please.
Hello, thank you, Andras from SSU. I just have one quick question. I saw that you are also like a delegate at the European Youth Forum General Assembly, so I presume that you are kind of responsible for this European Youth Forum things, no?
No. So it's Adam from the HAX team, but as there was the ECAF in Ljubljana taking place at the same time, so I was going there from the presidency side with Helge from the HAX team.
But maybe I can still ask you something if you can. I'm just wondering what's like SU, like what's our vision, what's our plan inside European Youth Forum, what is our agenda there?
Okay, for the Youth Forum I see one very important thing for us is to cooperate with their secretariat. We are in the same building, and so they have a lot of access and they have a lot of staff working on the EU matters mainly. So when it comes to cooperation, it's very important to have a good contact with them, and we have also policy lines that are overlapping and where we see the common interests. So for example, Erasmus Plus and mobility, that is one, but also access to education for young people. In the platform itself, like how we position ourselves. I think that in this GA, I never been to YFJ before, so it was also new for me. But in this GA, there was an important document, a resolution on the youth strategy. So we clearly took the approach from the formal education and access to education, and also we had quite many amendments. So I think that it's important that ESU, in that kind of platforms, takes the policy that we have and try to embed it in their documents and in their policies in order to also be represented, because we are a member of theirs, so they're representing us. So whatever they do, their lobbying and advocacy work, it's important that our policy is reflected in their basic documents. So we are represented through them, what we want to have.
Thank you. Next, I will have Creb, please.
Thank you very much. In your report, you talk about contact with an external financial consultant. So, is there any report of that collaboration?
Or the report of collaboration, basically, I would say that it's financial report, or all the basic things, because this is external accountant or a financial consultant that we have been having a contract with, as we don't have anymore the position of the financial officer. That was a half-time for, and we have, as a presidency and also secretariat, found it more feasible and working very well over the last month. So we do not do a report on staff, but at the same time you can see our financial situation, and cooperation with our financial consultant has been quite good in terms of preparing the budget and preparing the financial report. And also the CA report can give you a bit more insight on how this cooperation is working.
Thank you. Is there any other union wishing to take the floor? There is none. So we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Liva's personal report? There is none, so it's adopted. Thank you. The next report is from Blaža.
Sorry. Hello, everybody. First of all, sorry for handing in my report with the 8 days deadline and not previously, but at least I'm glad that we managed to upload the most important documents in the 30 days deadline. And maybe that was part of my bit delay with my report. I hope you had a chance to look at my report and read through, or read it in details. I will just be briefly. First of all, my main activities were regarding connected to the human resources and office development, together with the secretariat, and also increasing the visibility of our organization, mainly thankfully to our communication manager. As you've noticed, we have new well-developed website, which is very user-friendly, and we already got pretty positive feedbacks, both from your side but also from our external partners. When it comes to the secretariat and developments, even though we've been struggling with changes in the secretariat, then during the summer we undertook recruitment, and we successfully found a new head of secretariat, who is, well, I guess you already met her, or you will meet her in a few days while she is also here with us. The atmosphere and the working conditions in the office have been vastly improved, mainly thanks to Anna, but also to the positive atmosphere and the involvement of the secretariat as a whole. Unfortunately, we had to cut in one of the positions due to financial restrictions, but this was also explained previously, so I will not further on. As part of the situation that we were understaffed, and I've been mentioning this one already in my previous two reports, but I felt that this is a necessity to mention it again, is that due to this situation that has been ongoing at some point, luckily since October we are fully staffed, I mean, in the positions that we have, so we don't have lack of positions. in the sense of we don't have vacancies. The elected representative, especially the presidency, sometimes has to deal with two administrative things and not really focus on the actual content work and lobby work. But I think that so far we've managed to do a great job, and I would like to thank in this occasion both Liv and Lea for being great colleagues and also flatmates. Also, I would like to thank the executive committee and the HEX team in general, and especially I would like to thank the secretariat, who are actually doing a lot of work for this organization and doing a lot for the organization to function, but these are the people that usually you do not meet, or you receive emails, or maybe you will never ever meet some of those, but I feel that we should all thank them and be very grateful for their work and contribution for the organization. Lastly, a few events that I haven't mentioned in the report, since we're after the 30 days deadline, but I may not manage to get them. I mean, they were already mentioned. It was the ECAF in Ljubljana, this event that we are co-organizing. That was first time in the history of ECAF that was hosted by a student union, in this case SSU, and on behalf of ESU, I mean, we already thanked them when we were there, but I would publicly in front of the board want to thank for the great organization. I think this was the best organized ECAF that I participated in, and this was also a comment from other people that have been on most of the ECAFs. And if there is any US that has can afford or is willing to organize, I think that they can. You should consider, and maybe SSU can give you tips. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there any union wishing to take the floor? There is. I will start with Vauses Unesusu.
Simone Vauses Unesusu, thank you very much, Blasha, for your work and for your report. We really much enjoyed reading through it. We came across the meeting of the Director General for Higher Education in Bratislava, and we would like to hear from you what were your inputs in this meeting.
Yes, the main inputs that we, from my side, but on behalf of ESU, was following the tracking of higher education graduate, because this is also connected with the new skills agenda, and this is something that we already raised our concerns. So basically this was the moment when we had the chance to raise the concerns in front of the ministry representatives from all EU countries, well, most of them. I mean, that was the main focus, and regarding the graduate tracking in the skills agenda, and then the tracking of higher education graduates, because these are how they were presented, it was not really correlating with both of the. They was a bit different, but since it was both are proposals by the European Commission, we raised the issue regarding how this will be tackled separately, but also the main concerns that ESU had regarding the graduate tracking itself, and the purpose of the graduate tracking that has been explained in the skills agenda by the European Commission.
Thank you very much. LSVP.
Thank you for your report. I had a brief question in the activity on the Bologna follow-up group bodies. You were mentioning that unfortunately you were unable to attend the event of the advisory group. So we were wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on the choice to go to Israel with such a large delegation and to skip this meeting, which was quite important. Thank you.
I do agree that was quite important meeting. However, the meeting that I went in Israel was the face-to-face meeting prior to the 30 days deadline of the uploading of the BM documents, and due to the, I mean, personally, this was decision made within the presidency, mainly because we do believe that first and foremost, preparing all the documents and finalizing on time in the 30 days deadline, and having them adopted prior upload by the executive committee is much more important than participating in the advisory group of the diploma supplement. This was a last moment change, and especially due to the fact that it was also unfortunate that Lea couldn't have joined us due to personal injury, so leaving one presidency member for a face-to-face EC meeting, it's also a bit challenging. And the other fact was, trust me, I checked all possible options to travel on Friday from Vienna directly to Israel, but due to Shabbat in Israel, from 5 p.m. on Friday till 5 p.m. on Saturday, literally nothing works. So that was the main reason, and I fully stand behind our decision, and I hope that my EC as well.
Thank you. Next is Samok.
Thank you. Thank you, Blasha, for your report and also joining us for the NOM meeting in Helsinki. Very much enjoyed having ESO representatives there. I would actually like to get back to the same meeting. We discussed this shortly at the NOM meeting already, and due to the fact, which you gave an explanation, which we understand, but the unfortunate event was that the European University Association at that particular meeting wanted to, or gave opinions about students' role and students' ideas about how to use the diploma supplement, and students' ideas about how they view education in general. And we communicated this with you, found it a little bit worrying. We found this information that kind of EU, this is not ESO's fault, of course, that EUA is kind of stepping over their boundaries in speaking for students, but we would like to know since then, what has ESO done in order to communicate the students' point of view on this particular point?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, thanks for the heads up even back then. I mean, we've communicated with the director for the unit of higher education, and we, due to the fact that we are having a project meeting with them on Monday after this, and due to the fully booked of both of the sites, I've agreed that we are meeting with Michael on Monday during the project meeting, especially discussing this, because I was expecting that he's been participating, but I didn't got really confirmation of the. But we are having a meeting to discuss this due to the fact that, I mean, EUA and ESO usually has close contacts. I checked with the people that are working in the quality department, but that representative on the ECAR members dialogue didn't want to discuss it due to the fact that she was not present on the meeting and she didn't knew. Well, officially.
Thank you. Is there any union wishing to take the floor? There is not, so we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Blaže's individual report? There is not, so it's adopted.
Thanks.
And now we move to Lea's report.
Yes, I have been trying to adapt my reporting to the new structure which we are having, lining it out in 4 of the main fields that I have been working with, also according to the task division, not only according to the plan of work, which has been the BFUG bodies, in which I am assigned for some groups, but as well I'm kind of taking care of the overall coordination and the work there. And furthermore, I'm also ESO's representative towards the Council of Europe. And I also wanted to mention the work that we have to do actually on daily business in Brussels. There is a lot of short meetings, a lot of partners which we are meeting. That might sound like a very little thing, but actually most of the days when we are home, we are going to see one of our partners. Then I also wrote a quite lengthy part about the internal processes, which I do think that we also need to appreciate that the organization somehow needs to work. We've also seen with what the hacks have been speaking about before. I do believe that we actually got to a quite good mood in the team and people are working together fairly well, and we are actually being a team and not enemies, which is great. However, of course, the distance that we are having is and will remain a challenge in ESU, and we have to constantly work on this. In plus, what I wanted to do briefly is to say what I have been doing since the reporting deadline is over. I have been participating in the working group 2 on implementation in Nice, where we actually succeeded to be part of the PLA in social dimension and can also help planning it. And it will also be possible to have the outcomes from our ESC included there. After that, I went to the board meeting of EUSA, the European University Sports Association, to sign our Memorandum of Agreement. After that, I was at the ET 2020 Working Group on Modernization of Higher Education, which has actually been the first time that I have been part of this meeting. The main focus there has been on education to combat extremism, but also on how to make Erasmus more inclusive. And after that, I've also been to the ECAF. As I'm not the quality person, I have been speaking about Bologna, and ethics and transparency and integrity in education with the Council of Europe have been the last thing happening before coming here, where it has been actually quite a struggle to be able to have students actually speaking and part of the platform, and we are currently working on getting into the ethics in higher education working group preparatory for the platform in order to actually have more student influence in there. As you heard already from Blaž and also read in my report, I have produced a quite unfortunate accident on the 24th of October, and I could not walk not even 10 meters, and therefore I had to cancel last minute to get to Israel. I'm really sorry for that, but it would have been absolutely impossible to get there. I have tried. I have 5 people in the room who were yelling at me that it's impossible, and I would be really, really grateful to the whole team that they actually managed over there, and that we handed in documents, and that Blaž actually, with Liva, took over the leading of the meeting, as all I could do was sitting at home, hanging on Skype, and writing a lot of documents. So there, a big thanks goes to the team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leah. Is there anyone in the board wishing to take the floor? There is. Vausa Sunasusu.
Simone Vausa Sunasusu. Thank you very much, Leah, for your work and the report that you've written. And I came across a formulation that you mentioned in the proposals for improvement, which made me smile and feeling sad at the same time. So you wrote, ESU doing everything with no money since 1982. We all know about the severe problems of funding for education in general. So what do you see as the possible direction of ESU and your vision to tackle this problem?
Oh, the financial vision on which
in short,
so many people have been working about. What I do think is that we actually need to continue to be more effective. I think we got much better with a very well functioning secretariat right now, and with also trying to streamline our work to a certain level, which is also helpful if then we just simply need less resources for doing things that might not get that straight to the most important goals that we might be having. For the funding, I do think it is important to apply again as a leading partner for a project with the European Union, which is planned for February. Then in plus also we are working on the improvement of our collaboration with the youth centers of the Council of Europe. One of our projects is now actually in the evaluation, and what is very helpful there is that the Council of Europe is actually financing different things and also more capacity building oriented things than the European Commission. So this is also helpful. Last but not least, I also have to say that we are very dependent also of your contributions. Of course, we are very, very thankful to all of those which are handing in their TDIs on time and are honest there and are paying us the money. That is great, but our life would also be a bit easier if everybody would be taking their responsibilities towards ESO in the financial matters as serious as ever possible in your home situations.
Thank you very much. I have LSVP.
Thank you, Leah, for the report. On the internal processes, I was wondering, is there anything that we as a board can do to help smoothen the internal processes of ESO?
Well, I think a part of it I have already mentioned. An immense part of the workforce of the people present in Brussels is used for hunting down unions to make payments, to hand in documents, and so on. I think there would be a lot of time liberated from Anna and Liva at the moment, or last year it was me, if that would work more simple and quicker. And then also, it might be useful if also the board thinks about what exactly you would need to know from us in administrative matters and get a coherent approach to that, and maybe not make 20 different internal motions going in a slightly same direction, but not really. And in the end, the EC ends up trying to follow up all of them, not really sure if it works. Maybe a bit of a more coherent approach to that might make our life a bit easier.
Thank you very much. My speakers list is empty. Is there any union wishing to take the floor? There is none. That's great. We move straight to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Leah's report? There is not, so it's adopted. And that is the end of the reports from the Executive Committee. Now we move to the coordinators, beginning with the coordinator for Executive Melanie.
Hello, good morning, midday, sort of. I will not really repeat on what I've already written down in my report. I handed it in rather late, I'm sorry for that. But that also means that since I've handed it in, and meaning I've written and finished it, and until now it didn't happen that much. What I was mainly occupied with was preparing my sessions during the seminar. So that was what I basically did. I prepared for the rest of the year. So just shoot those questions.
Thank you very much. The floor is open. Would anyone like to take the floor? There is not. That was extremely efficient. Now I ask, is there any active opposition to adopting Melanie's report? There is none. It's adopted. The next report is from the membership coordinator, Philip.
Hello. Hello, everybody. For me, I just want to be also quite short, but the thing I really must say is that, like, being the part of ESO Hacks team is really great experience, and I'm really enjoying it. On one hand, it's like really a responsible thing, but also it can be fun. And when it comes to my activities, which I did and which I mentioned in the report, basically. I started working on the ESO contact book, which I updated, and I also used the information for the update of the new ESO webpage. The other thing where I was kind of active was the workshop which I held together with Mike Day in the ESC in Bratislava. And the last thing I can mention, for example, I guess the most important event, which was the study visit to both Belarus, which was really, really nice experience. I must say it wasn't the most easiest one, but I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Is there any union wishing to take the floor on Philip's report? Yes, there is. I'll cray up, please.
Microphone.
Can we have a microphone to cray up, please?
Microphone. There's no microphone.
No worries. Everything's calm. Silence is nice. Thank you, Leo.
for the contact group. Our question is yes, if there has been any work with associate members.
Sorry, can you repeat? Repeat the question.
Sorry, Graham, can you repeat the question?
It's just if there's been any work with associate members.
Okay, for sure. I wanted to make a work with associate members a bit like in a new perspective, and I started to talk to them and asking what they are actually doing, if they are kind of interested in being like involved in the ESO work, if they have something to say. I started to send them invitations for our events, and some of them also appear during the ESCs. I guess one of them is also here at the BM. And what I want to do with the associate members is basically mention in the plan of work for the next year, like what are the further steps which I want to take. And also I think that associate members is like one of the core parts of the membership strategy which I want to propose at some point.
Thank you. Is there any other union wishing to take the floor? SFS? Okay, let me be clear. I can't see you if you're sitting over there. So if you want to take the floor, please sit in between the columns.
It's not my fault, there's a column covering you. Yes, I was in the task force last year dealing with the membership issues, and when we contacted all the associate members, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 who actually knew that they were members of ESU. Do you think that that situation has improved? Do you think, has there been like any dialogue and any interest from more than maybe 2, 3 associates?
Well, I must say that I'm not covering that there are some associate members that are really like not aware that they are members of ESU, but I think the improvement was done that they are actually like when I was working on the ESU contact book and when I wanted to update the ESU webpage, I contacted all of the associate members and I got response like from 80% of them. And that was also the point when I realized that maybe some of the organizations don't work and particularly don't exist, and this is also like the result why the ENSO is on the list of the travel of the associate membership. So I'm trying my best to kind of incorporate them into the ESO structures again, but the results just waiting to be presented maybe next year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to take the floor? There is not, so we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Philip's report? There is none, so it's adopted. Now we move to the report of Human Rights and Solidarity Coordinator Helge.
Well, hello everyone. Yes, it's on. Oh. I think I've tried to make my report as concise and clear as possible. So I'm not going to spend any time on the report itself, but I'm going to give a short update on the upcoming events as they are mentioned in my report, which has been between when I wrote the report and now. I've been participating at the advisory board meeting for the EU Multrack because we had both illnesses and people attending other important meetings. I was a step in there, and it's important to mention that also as coordinators we're part of a team, so sometimes you'll end up doing things that are not like in your work description per se, but we are all experts within higher education, and it was a great experience. I think ESU had a lot to say on, in that meeting, and I've also been to the European Youth Forum together with Liva. That is basically what's been happening since then. Besides that, there's some things that aren't mentioned in the report, and that is reporting. A lot of the work of ESU is reporting, but it's a bit too much of a meta to write in your report that you're reporting about.
Thank Thank you very much, Helge. Is there any union wishing to take the floor now? SFS? No. Ah, I have Claire. Claire, please.
In your report, you say that we are lagging on hosts for upcoming events, and that we, as the board, should discuss what we can do to make it more attractive. So, our question is, have you talked about it? You as the PAX team?
Can you repeat the question? The last part of it, the concrete question.
I mean, you propose that we talk about it to find a better way to make it more attractive. So our question is, if you have already talked this with the hub team?
No, this has not been a huge discussion in the HAX team. It has been mentioned during the last meeting in Beersheba in Israel that I was thinking of this as a possible discussion, although not formally. We've not had the time to discuss it. But I am just writing this down, as some of you might know that we've been lagging behind on electing new hosts for the board meetings, and this has become somewhat of a structural problem. We're having great hosts applying for the BMs, so we have now as well, which is wonderful. But we've had some trouble with this lately. We also tend to have just only one applicant for each board meeting, and we're all responsible for making hosting a BM as attractive as possible. I have also personal experience about organizing it, and it costs shitloads of money, and it takes a really long time to prepare it. And we are lots of people sitting here with different expectations to how such a board meeting should be hosted, and feedback is always differing a lot. So I think we should sit together and find out what we expect from a board meeting, and to basically mainstream it so that you don't end up always having a lot of critique and that we're making it difficult for the host.
Thank you very much. As a general point to everybody, we're streaming, so who knows, there might be children watching somewhere who have an amazing language knowledge of street English. Can we please try not to swear while speaking? Next is Lafarge, please.
Thank you, Tarek Lafarge. I just wanted to thank you on the remark you raised on organizing DM, because we are facing all problems whether we can or not candidate to host one. And we're happy to participate to a discussion if there is one started from now. Thank you.
Helge, would you like to respond? No. Is there any other union wishing to take the floor now? Answer, please.
I wanted to thank you for your report, and especially for your contribution to the study session in Budapest, as I was there. That was really, really your part. Was a really good one, and your input was mainly on the to be used for the membership strategy that we are struggling with. I think that you could have a huge contribution with your ideas to it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. A lot of preparation went into organizing this study session, so it's really warming that people enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Is there any other union wishing to take the floor? There is not. That's great. Is there? We move straight to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting Helge's reports? There is not, and it's adopted. And now, thank you for my time with the microphone. I'm handing over to Bill.
Hello. So now we are very well on the agenda. Just one or two considerations. First of all, to answer SFS, the charity team was aware that the room has columns. We were here yesterday. The way that we tried to set up the room is that we kindly ask all delegates to follow this, is that the two delegates with voting rights, with speaking rights in one point of the agenda, are the ones that need to be on this side of the column. Okay? So that we can all see you. So the delegation with more than 2 persons, they are all welcome to stay in that part, but at least try to keep the 2 delegates with speaking rights on this part. Also, we are so well on the agenda that we, for now, all deadlines remain as they are in the timetable. It was circulated. But the question is that the chairing team will assess the need to merge deadlines. Because otherwise, what might happen is that we might end up without no subject to discuss because we are waiting for a deadline. So I'll kindly ask all the unions that do not look at deadline as if, oh, I still have 1 day to present that amendment or something like that. Start working as fast as you can, because we might end up merging deadlines. So far, all deadlines remain as they are in here, and of course we'll announce you, we don't hide deadlines for us, we'll announce to the board if we change any deadlines, and we'll give you plenty of time to continue that. So now we move to part 5, Working Group and Task Force reports. The first one is the Working Group on International Students Cooperation, as I represent by Beth Button. And Group? Group? And NSO? NSO Group. NSO? You do not come in front? Ah, she's coming soon. No. Anyway, take your time, take your time.
I'm in the back. Hello again. A little bit more prepared this time. Yes, so the International Cooperation Working Group has actually, as of yesterday, concluded its mandate and finished. So the first thing to say is a huge thank you to all of the members, both past and present, of the working group. So people who've contributed it over the last couple of years. It's been, in my opinion, and I think we agreed yesterday, a really big success. We've achieved a lot of the aims that we set out to. So thank you, Claire, for chairing the group, and then thank you, NSO, for kind of the work that you did on Bergen. And I'm going to kind of ask them to say a couple of words. But I think in terms of the next steps, we agreed yesterday that the working group, whilst not formally continuing, we're going to continue in an informal advisory role. So the international cooperation stuff obviously started developing quite quickly post-Bergen in terms of Fund Our Future. So we were able to use Fund Our Future as a sort of stepping stone for the continuation of the relationships that we'd started in Bergen. Fund Our Future also allowed us to reach out and connect with lots of new student movements globally and kind of start to build relationships with people that we hadn't previously. So we are continuing to do work in kind of cooperating with other student movements globally. But the next meeting is going to be held in Brazil. So in terms of our role as ISU, we're very much supporting the Brazilian student movement in their meeting, but we're going to be participating and not leading in that way. But it is a crucial time for the network. I think we saw with Fund Our Future that there are lots of shared struggles and shared opportunities for kind of shared campaigns. But there are also lots of challenges with cooperating with student movements globally. So I'm really thankful that the kind of working group have agreed to continue in like an informal advisory role, so that as and when we need them, we can kind of ask them to help us when it comes to kind of making decisions. But yeah, do you guys want to say a few things?
I'll be very short because I have no voice, but I would like to thank all the board for trusting CREW to lead the working group, and our commitment towards the group, although the handover has been quite tricky, is full, and we will be there to help with any international cooperation, especially as for our roots with Latin America.
Yes, we would also like to add that the working group has been crucial for us to arrange the seminar prior to the board meeting in Bergen, and also keeping the network going. And we are also, as NSO, trying to help Brazil as well as we can with our experiences in hosting such a meeting that was in Voss as well, so that the next meeting will be as good as possible and even better than the one in Bergen and Voss.
Thank you. Questions? DSF. Microphone to DSF. Keep your card raised until the microphone reaches you, please.
You were talking about the meeting that is going to take place in Brazil. I wanted to know a little bit more about it. Who's going to go? What is going to be the role of the different NUSs in that? What is going to be the role of ISU in the European Union in this conference? How can we be there without leading it? Are we going to have ISU representatives, or are we going to have national union representatives? How is going to work the process of who's going to get invited to this wonderful seminar? This is wonderful and nice country, which is Sao Paulo, Brazil. So if you could please brief on that.
Everyone wants to go to Brazil in June, right? Yes, I think it's important to firstly say that when we started working in this sort of area of international cooperation and kind of the global student movement, we were very clear that we as ISU and as a European student union should not be leading it, or should not be kind of dominating it, or sort of be coming in with our ideas of how it should work. So we're very clear that this meeting in Brazil is being run and owned and should be by the Brazilian Student Union, UNE. So it's very much up to them about how they want to run it. We've passed on, or NSO have passed on the details to people that attended the last meeting. There are always issues with finances. So one of the problems that we have in developing a global student movement is who can afford to be in the room at the time. So we want to make sure that, and I think the agreement, as it was in Bergen and it will be in Brazil, is that we want to look for as much funding as possible to make sure that we are regionally represented, so that we have student representatives from every region globally, and that we're not, it's not just down to which unions can afford the plane ticket to Brazil, but actually sort of how can we look for external funding to make sure that we're getting people there who deserve to be there. It's up to the Brazilian National Union about how and who they invite. It's my understanding that there'll be a focus on the people who attended in Bergen and then look to extend to other people. These will be national unions, and I think it will probably be there'll be opportunities from people from ISU to attend. But what I would say is that we're going to be working we're working with the Brazilian Student Union at the moment on kind of this, so I can keep you updated, and we'll certainly be looking for you guys to engage with it and to get involved. But what we might also look for, quite cheaply, is funding. So if any of you would like to sponsor a student but no, I mean it's a sort of, if you are a union that is fortunate enough to be able to afford a plane ticket for yourself and somebody else, we would look for you to maybe sponsor a student movement who aren't as fortunate in terms of funding to make sure that they can attend. So we'll keep you updated, and we'll certainly be looking for your involvement in it. But at the moment, I'm not quite sure.
LSVB? Microphone to LSVB.
Thank you for the report and all the work that has been carried out. I was just wondering whether you could elaborate a bit on the choices that have been made with regard to the writing process for the Bergen Declaration. It was a quite close process for board members, but we were presented with the declaration towards the end. So I was just wondering why certain choices with regard to transparency have been made. Thank you.
Yes, so the Bergen Declaration was a declaration that was written by the participants of the Global Student Voice meeting before the seminar. So this took place in Voss over the weekend before we then went to Bergen for the seminar. And ISU was represented by Victor as the EC member and by the members of the International Cooperation Working Group. So ISU had representation within that room through the International Cooperation Working Group. The Bergen Declaration was never intended to be ISU's document. It was the document of the global student movement. So it was not something that we were writing as ISU. It was something that ISU participated in the writing of through the working group. And then as it has been presented to other regional student movements and to other national unions, it was then for ISU to sign up and support. But the process was, we engaged in it as ISU through the representatives in the room, in the same way in which we had representatives from Africa and from Asia and from the Americas and Latin America. We had different regional representation balanced in that room in the writing of it. But it wasn't ISU's document. And again, this is about how are we as the European Student Union supporting the development of the global student movement, but it's not our global student movement. We are participants equally alongside other regions in that, and the writing of the declaration, I think, was very important that was not ISU dominating it.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else in my speakers list, so can we move to a vote on the report on the International Students Cooperation Working Group? So we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much. And I'd like to remind that the official language of Brazil is Portuguese, so if you need a translator, I might be available. And best, June in Brazil, it's winter. So now we move to the second working group. Is working group on sustainability. I think it's Grabas presenting.
Yeah. Hello. So, as you might know, there was an internal motion in Bergen for the working group on sustainability from NUS UK. On behalf of NUS UK, I will be speaking as well because I've been talking to Jamie, who is the sustainability head of the office in NUS UK and has been very helpful. And they've been doing a great job in the past, so they decided let's take that great job to ESU as well. We did start really slowly, but eventually now we do have a team of built from 5 national unions and also including me as well. Those national unions are NUS UK, AUL, DSF, ANOSERO, SAMOC as well, one's getting confirmed, and then also me as a representative. Everything will be going good because we have been working and planning a lot before we'll have the meetings. One thing I would really like and would encourage, it would be some unions from the west or from the south to apply, even though the deadline has been closed. Me and Jamie agreed that we could have 1 or 2 more unions getting engaged on it before the meeting starts. So if you are really interested, there's not a lot of work and it's something really good and in the past has been done a lot. And it can bring a lot of benefits to your national union. So please, if you are really interested or not, or if you are interested, just contact me and we can discuss it. And I really encourage at least 1 or 2 more unions to get engaged. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, Iso. I'm sorry, Iso. No mixers, I know. Microphone to Iso. Microphone, keep your card raised until you get your microphone.
Thanks. I really like the idea of the sustainability working group, so thanks for keeping up with that. And we were wondering, what are the next steps for you to take now that you have approved?
Well, at the moment we are just agreeing upon the meeting times for the working group, and after that we will be working on the working group. I'm hoping that the working group won't be, even though the deadline is till the BM72 for the working group to report, I'm hoping it will be something more long-lasting because sustainability is something, especially environmental sustainability, is something that should be really important. It should be like a label for ESO, and so I think that after this we will be working on the points of that were mentioned in the internal motion, which is possibly finding funds for projects and then possibly engaging in projects as ESO as well. So those are, but maybe I would like to, maybe ISO is interested to join us as well, the working group. So if so, please just contact me later. Thank you.
Anyone else? No, we move to a vote. So move to a vote. Ask, is there any active opposition to adopt the working group on sustainability? Any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much. And then yes, okay. Now we move to the task force on sustainable funding of ESO. Lipa.
Hello. I took over the task force on sustainable funding from Leah in summer. We have not prioritized the work in this task force so far. We have been prioritizing internally the work on the projects and looking how we can manage our financial situation better with the resources that we have, and look also in our policy goals and aims. The task force so far has updated in the previous BM the financial standing orders and contributed to this, and the board were adopting those. So one of the aims of the task force has been fulfilled. Another one, to diversify the funding. There has been a lot of suggestions, but then according to the session that was held in Cluj, there were also a lot of contradictions or the things that board would not welcome. So in this time of the, I would say, financial situation and the streamlining of our activities, we're not really taking any kind of commercial activities as a priority for us too.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. So we move to the adoption. Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Liva. We now move to the next one. Task Force on Women's Representation.
Okay, hello again. So the task force, probably you saw the call has been sent out recently. The EC has already discussed the applications, and I will send out a notification. I wanted to do this now, but sort of internet is a bit jumpy, as you might have noticed. But we are on the way. The call will be reopened until next week, so that you can all feel informed by now, because there's still 2 open places. And yeah, then I hope we can shortly pick up the work.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any, so we move to the adoption of the Task Force on Women Representation in the Movement. Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Melanie. And now I move to the Task Force on Commodification. I think it's Frederick. Is there.
Hello. I took over this task force this summer after we haven't had a loss of members in the task force, as was written in the report. So right now the task force consisting of myself, Josef from Powers has been Susu, and then we have selected Alfonso from Chaos new member. So I hope that the task force will be more productive instead of next month.
Thank you. Any questions? There's no questions. Can we move to a vote? Is there any active opposition? There is none. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Frederick. Campaigning Task Force. Beth Button.
Hello. Yes, so the campaigning task force is now established, and it's small but beautifully formed. And yes, so I'm very thankful to the guys that have kind of put themselves forward for that. Quite funnily, actually, lots of the aims of the campaigning task force, when it was established, we've sort of started already doing through Fund Our Future. So even though the campaigning task force was only kind of officially established a couple of weeks ago, we were sort of already working on it. And I kind of actually want to thank Julian and Christina particularly for their help with Fund Our Future. And I know you're not in the campaigning task force, you should be. But yeah, so thank you for your help with Fund Our Future. So we're going to evaluate Fund Our Future and through that sort of come up with a toolkit, for local and national and international campaigning. And through Fund Our Future, we've sort of then developed this online platform where you can share your experiences and share your examples of campaigning, which I think was something the board had been asking for a while. So the campaigning task force is going to continue kind of developing that, getting content for it. And then we're looking at both short and long-term campaigns, supporting you guys to develop your own national campaigns, and then looking long-term potentially at a European-wide campaign for the elections, the EU elections in a couple of years, amongst other things. But yeah, it's exciting. Get involved. Thanks.
Thank you, Beth. Anyone wants to take the floor? No. Can we move to a vote on adopting? Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you, Beth. Quality Assurance Student Expert Pool, presented by Beate.
Hello everyone, this is my other hat, the QA Pool Steering Committee hat. The report was circulated, so you should know what is in it. A few things that I would like to point out. We had a call for the new mandate of the pool, which started in July, and I think we did it in a way this time that was much better for many representatives and unions, as we did it already in May and not in July. So we had much more applications for the pool, and also have now a bit bigger pool than before. And due to the larger number of applications, we also have been able to improve the gender balance in the pool significantly. So we now have 26 male and 24 female members of the QA pool. Another thing that I would like to point out is that Jose Diaz, who was a member of the steering committee, had to resign from this position because he was not able to get it in line with his other duties that he has in his local union. So Herman Blum and I were doing the work since then, just the two of us, of course with the support of Adam and Blage from the side of the EC. What else is especially interesting? The pool is more and more becoming a source of knowledge, not only for students' unions, but also agencies. There's on the one hand side, I'm at the moment in contact with people from Sweden who are trying to establish their own pool, and we are trying to support them with knowledge on how pools are organized and what are possibilities to train members of pools. Also, we are in contact with the Maltese agency who is trying to improve the involvement of students in the QA procedures in Malta, and asks us for our expertise on certain things. Also, the steering committee could support the EC in some regards when the EC people were not available for events or for language reasons couldn't attend events. So Herman was representing ESU in an event where representatives from different French-speaking African countries were in Brussels for a training where it was necessary that somebody actually spoke French, so Herman went there. Also, yesterday or 2 days ago, he was at the second part of this project, which was English-speaking, but as all the other people already had to be here, Herman went there, and I had the big pleasure to go to an event in Kuala Lumpur for the EU Share Policy Dialogue, as the EC was stuck in Israel at that time with their EC meeting, and it was a really interesting and great experience for me personally to see what is going on in the ASEAN region, and I would really like to thank the EC, especially people from the Q cluster, for giving me the opportunity to do a presentation on students and the learning there and participate in that conference. That's it from my side.
Thank you. Questions? Yuel. Keep your card raised. Exactly. Yuel, wait. DC asked for the floor at the beginning or at the end? At the end, okay. Yuel.
Okay. I have a sort of question, or I'm asking for your opinion of sorts. As a fairly new member of the QA pool, it feels to me that there is a problem with communication, or a distinct lack of communication within the pool. I have been a member since, July now? And I have received precisely 2 emails. That's all that has been happening to me with the QA pool. What do you think can be improved in that regard?
Well, there are 2 issues. The first issue was that at the beginning we did have a problem with the technical side of communication, because we didn't really manage to update the newsletter, and we had some miscommunication amongst the EC and steering committee, and had to figure out how to get that working. So now the mailing list should actually have all the members on it, and they should all receive the emails in general. The other hand side is, yes, it's absolutely true. We very often do not follow up on certain things. But we do try to issue newsletters at least every second month.
if there is content to actually have a newsletter to keep people a bit informed. This is one of the big problems in general of the QA pool, that it is really difficult to maintain communication, because not all the members of the QA pool are also working on the international affairs of their students' unions. So there are people that do not know anybody in ESU and that ESU doesn't know. So it is kind of difficult to establish a relationship if you never meet the people. This is of course not the case for you, but we do have that problem as well. And that is also why we try to meet them at as many occasions as possible. And we're also ESU tries to have us at events like the ECAF, where you can expect people to come to make sure, okay, we can get in touch with the pool members also on a personal level to make it easier for both sides also to approach each other. Is that
kind of like an add-on?
You want to do a follow-up question, right?
Yes, basically.
Yeah, okay, basically.
So the second part of my question was that, do you think, basically what I was aiming at is this better communication going to be, think you, the QA pool is going to aspire for in the future? Are you going to actually do anything to improve communication? Or is it just like in the back of your mind that you know it's wrong?
This is the long-term, ever since I've been in the pool as a member of the pool, and ever since I've been a member of the steering committee, this is a long-term project where small steps are being taken every other period of every other mandate of the pool. I think that the idea of the newsletter was already a big step forward. It's also kind of difficult, especially at this time of the year, because of these many events that we are also supposed to attend and support ESU's work. So the communication often is much better in the spring term than in autumn, due to the fact that also we have limited resources and are doing this on a voluntary basis. But yeah, that is the thing that we are constantly trying to improve, and I think that the newsletter was a first step, and that in the next year there will be other steps that I will most probably not be in charge of anymore, because I might not reapply after 2 terms in the steering committee. But yeah, that is what we're constantly improving, and Herman is very, very motivated to further work on that.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else who speak as this, so EC? Microphone? One microphone? No, it's not. Oh, it's okay, they can share it.
Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
On behalf of the executive committee, we would like to thank Beate and Herman for their great work and commitment, and also help within the work of quality assurance also to the executive committee and to ESU, and for increasing the visibility of the QA pool itself.
Thank you. So I don't see anyone else. We move to vote on the adoption. Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Beate. And now the final one on this one on the agenda is the traders pool. Philip?
Hello again. Yeah. Hello again. When it comes to the pool of trainers, what I written to the report is basically that we had a meeting in Bratislava, and we had a workshop on the future development of pool of trainers when we were discussing with you where do you want to have the pool of trainers in the future. I want to thank you very much for your input, and what I did with the input is actually I use it for the plan of work, and I will definitely use it also when we are going to discuss membership strategy more deeply.
Thank you. Anyone wants to take the floor? Sur.
Thank you. We have one question concerning the trainers pool. Is that when we have such an instrument as the trainers pool, we were wondering why don't we use the trainers pool during our events, like the ECs and during the seminar we just had in facilitating different kind of programs, because then we could basically learn by doing. So we're wondering why is the trainers tool not being used? Thank you.
Yeah, this is a good question, and my answer is like the current members of the pool of trainers are having a session during ESCs and during the BM seminars as well. For example, at this time it was Rob. Last time I'm not sure, but I think there was also somebody. But definitely the intention of the purpose of the pool of trainers is actually to use them also for our internal activities. For example, the ESCs and BMs in the future, and I really want to make it happen.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. So we move to a vote on the adoption. Is there any active opposition? I don't see any. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Philip. So now we are going to have the lunch break, and when we get back, we are taking care of first. We have to care first EOB update on as a transition. All the 4 points of the EOB. Okay. I reminded that the amendments on the standing orders will be on as a deadline until the lunch ends. And another piece of advice, which I have seen with the previous meals, and I don't know if more of you have seen it, but at least will be a piece of advice, is that when all the delegates are going for lunch, you all stand up in a line to get some food. But actually, there are 2 lines with the same food. So what's happening is that all of you are passing by the same food twice. And it makes no sense. So once you go for lunch, you can divide yourselves among those lines, okay? So that will be faster. And in one line, you can fill your plate the same way, so you don't need to have a second round on the other side of the line with the same food. Enjoy your meal, bon appetit. We'll get back at 3 p.m. sharp. The roll call will be at 3 p.m. sharp, okay? Bon appetit.
Mateusz! Mateusz!
3 minutes. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. And the deadline for amendments to the standing orders is also in 3 minutes, 176 seconds or so. Short announcement, please. Is there somebody in the room who has the cable that connects a Mac laptop to a regular Windows projector? If they have one, we would be very grateful if we could borrow it. Just come up here and we'll be happy.
Ah, wonderful. Perfect, thank you. It appeared.
Do you need one more or you need one? We're going to start the roll call very shortly. Yeah, let's go. He has them. He has two. Okay. Good afternoon, welcome back. We will begin. Armenia, Ansa. Present. Austria, Uha. Present. Belarus, BSA. Not present. Belgium, FEF. Not present. Belgium, VVS.
present. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Surs, not present. Bulgaria, Nask, present. BSA, present. Thank you, welcome. Where was I? Nask. Bulgaria, UBS, not present. Croatia, CSC, present by proxy to Spoon. Cyprus, Puffin, present. Czechia, Sukarivasha, present. Denmark, DSF, present. Estonia, EUL, present. Finland, Sul, the other one. Thank you. Finland, Samok, thank you. France, Faj, present. France, UNEF, the other one. No, it's not present. Well, present but not present. Germany, FZS, present. Hungary, Hook, present. Iceland, Lease, present. Iceland, SHI, present by proxy Lease. Ireland, USI, present. Israel, Nuis. Israel, Nuis, not present. Italy, Udu, present. Latvia, LSA, present. Lithuania, LSS, present. Luxembourg, UNEL, present by proxy FZS. Macedonia, NSUM, not present. Malta, KSU, not present. Oh, Malta, KSU, present, more or less. Montenegro, yeah, no voting cards. Okay, sorry, Malta, not present. Montenegro, Spoon, present. Netherlands, ISO, present. Netherlands, LSVB, present. Norway, NSO, present. Poland, PSRP, present. Portugal, FAIR, not present. Romania, Anosora, present. Serbia, Skonus, present. Proxy, SSU. Serbia, SUS, not present. Slovakia, Srbija, present. Slovenia, SSU, present. Spain, Creop, with the cards, not present. Sweden, SFS, present. Switzerland, Vavasasuna Susu, present. Ukraine, UASS, not present. UK and US UK, present. And we have a quorum just barely. Good. What are we doing? Yes, okay, so now we're moving to the gender mainstreaming strategy report. Yes, Melanie, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry that I have to be seated here, but I have to look into my laptop while I'm doing this, so please excuse that. So, yes, the gender mainstreaming report. What I first want to remind you of, because I'm not sure how many of you actually know that we have this gender mainstreaming strategy and actually have had a look at it. So therefore, I'm just going to quickly sum up like the overall goals of the GMS. And it's basically raising the awareness for an equal environment and access within the organization, but also obviously outside of the organization, that we tackle gender issues, that we are reducing discriminative behavior against women, and that we train and educate and promote gender inclusive work. So this is like the goals that ESU has agreed upon in 2012, and this is like the basis of my work. So we have long-term goals, which are basically focusing on embedding equal access, equal working space, and equal inclusive environments in the organization and in its core values. There are certain actions lined out. So there is the proposal of having a survey that is assessing all of these aspects that are aligned with gender equality, and that the outcomes are used for several campaigns, some of them directed inwards the organization, some of them outwards. And basically one of the principles is also to continue to empower women within the organization. So what has happened in this regard? As I reported earlier, we have established a task force, and as I reported, I guess last time, I don't remember, we will work on this survey. Because for us, or for me right now, I do not really have that much of an overview, like what each and every union is doing in this regard, like what what sort of importance the gender equality work in your organization have. So for us, like the first step of mapping this is very, very important, and this will be one of the core aspects that the task force will be working on. Yes, I mean, then I try to make sure, or to have in mind every time that we are having policy papers, that we are asked to give a statement to the outside or so on in our daily work, that we always have this sort of gender perspective included and double-checked. And yes, well, the first brainstorming about what is important for the survey has been done already. So the outlook is what I already said, that the task force will work on the survey. Something that I think on the long run is very important is to how to detach and institutionalize the gender perspective in every layer of this organization from the equality coordinator. Because of course this is my job, but depending, because if it is always well, lying on the shoulders, let's say, on the equality coordinator, and the person changes, the approach might change as well. Therefore I think certain things need to be institutionalized and not pending on the person that is actually at the moment coordinator. And what I think is very important, but this is also what you can find in the overall plan of work, is how to share information with you. Like, for example, the trainings and the sessions that I'm having, like if they are useful for you and if you want to copy them, I know that this has happened in the past, how can I provide, let's say, the outline and the description of it? And these are kind of these are things that I would like to explore a bit more in regards to that. Then there are also short-term goals, which are more, well, they're a bit concreter, like raising the awareness within the organization, creating a safe space and a discrimination-free area, and overcome the existing stereotypes. I think most of the things sound quite familiar to you, as this is something that we have been quite good at, I might say. And also the actions that are linked to the short-term goals are things that you might recognize, like, for example, reinforcing the code of conduct, not only making it more visible in terms of that it exists, but also that it is a tool that can be used if there are, for example, severe breaches. So then to train and to educate, obviously, and to empower women to participate actively in leading positions. Well, I think we did well this time. And so the status quo is that what is happening on the short-term goals, I'm having regularly the GMS report review. We are reading the code of conduct, and we are reminding you constantly about that A, it exists, and B, that in general this is a discrimination-free area, and that we are try to make this space as safe as possible. And then on the other hand, there are regular trainings of aspects in this field on one hand, but on the other hand, I also try to, when I do trainings on something completely different, or that is not necessarily linked to the equality area on the first view, the gender aspect is still in there somehow, because I believe that it is not only important to have this specific, oh, this is the gender session, so I don't know if I might want to go or not go, because it's like gender and it's like very, well, put on a podium sort of, but I also would like to see that it is part of the daily work of ours. So this is why I'm trying to include it also in different sessions. Well, the outlook. Evaluate the collected data. Data is in, I don't know. Well, it's not really data, that's the point. Like from a research perspective, it's definitely not. But we do have, we collected some indicators, let's say. Like, for example, we collected the speaking time, as you might remember, and we also, I also collect the participation ratio. I will talk about that in a moment. And so this is now that needs to be evaluated, and what can we draw out of that, and are there any tools or measures that need to come out of that. The trainings are going to continue, and there will be another revision of the code of conduct. The last version has been adopted in Yerevan, and we had several occasions where we had to go through the whole process, and we noticed that there are still some minor things that need to be adjusted in order to function it smoothly. And then there also, this was tried before, more or less, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, to create a shared space for women within the organization, which I don't know if the internet was kind enough to post that on board mail, but this is what we want to do tonight. So tonight I invite all the women who want to come together and just to talk and to see. But I don't know if it's online yet. I haven't seen that. It is okay, wonderful. So you might all feel very invited to join that. So statistic and numbers. This is like the last part that I will talk about now. This is not explicitly in the GMS, in the gender mainstreaming strategy, but it is implicitly there in terms of monitoring the development. Therefore, at the moment, the ratio in the elected team according to sex is 5:5, so this is balanced, and the coordinators it's 2:1. We normally try if we choose the panels ourselves to have it more or less balanced. Also with the chairing team, this is a debate that we're having every time. You see that we are sometimes more successful than other times, but this is something that is constantly present. The participation ratios for the last PMs. Oh, you cannot see that. I'm sorry. So what do you guess? Which color represents which sex? Well, that is true. It is both green, but yes, the lighter green is for men and the darker green is for the women. So this is not really ideal at the moment, but this is also something that I hope or I wish that from the findings of the survey we can deduct maybe measures or tools on how to ensure that the participation ratio is not, well, more or less equal, let's say. Speaking ratio, so what I've said before, during BM 69 and BM 70, we collected how many, ordered by sex, men and women spoke. The findings were that men spoke significantly more than women, but also we could see the case of in men's participation at the moment in time when we in the agenda talk about supposedly female topics, so this is something that was also observable. And for this event so far during the seminar, every time that when there was the situation that, for example, there were the presentation of outcomes, these were mainly done by men and not by women. So if you would when there was the need to take a more exposed speaking position, normally the men would do that and not the women. And that is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Melanie. The floor is open. Is there any union wishing to ask a question or make a comment on this point? There is none. That's fine. So we move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to adopting this report? There is none, so it's adopted. Thank you, Melanie. Now we will move to the point of the agenda 8D, follow-up of internal motions, and I believe it's Blage who will present this. Yes. While Blage is doing some technical issues, I can announce that the reason that there is no amendments to the standing orders in your pigeonholes is because there were none. So that's fine.
Yes. Hello, everybody. First of all, apologies for not sharing this document previously. However, due to the technical issues with the internet, at the moment it's being printed, and you will have the copy of the document in the pigeonholes in the back of the room in no time. Basically, we kept on with the same concept that we had on the follow-up of the internal motions previously. Sorry for the small letters, but this is the only way that we can fit in one document. So basically, we didn't really have a I mean, most of the internal motions up till BM69 have been followed up, but they are still there. And the added ones are the ones who are have been adopted on the BM70 in Bergen, which are mainly two of them are for creating a task forces. One of them is for creating a working group who've been followed up already. The reports were already done. Then some of them are one of them is connected with the election for candidates, with proactive search for candidates for election by the executive committee. But since it's a known election, this is coming for the spring BM. Regarding one of the internal motions that was proposed, the reviewing of the majorities for the votes of the BM, the executive committee have discussed it and tackled these issues in the EC meeting in Bratislava and decided that the current majorities are fit for the purpose, and with the definition that we will have the amendment for definitions that we have that follows up later on, we will present more in details also that part. Regarding the dissolution, you will hear more probably right after this point in AOB, where I can discuss more in details due to the fact that we also propose that this point is closed point of the agenda. And more or less that's it. You will have the document and it will be also uploaded in the drive once we manage to upload, connect.
Thank you very much, Blaže. Is there any union wishing to ask a question or make a comment on this? There is not. That's fine. Thank you very much. We don't need to adopt anything there, so that's fine. Thank you, Blaže. But you might as well stay there because the next point of the agenda is point 10, any other business. The one thing I need to ask the organizers is that this has already been agreed that this would not be streamed, this point of the agenda, so I would ask that the stream be shut down. progress. So we will begin. The first amendment to the standing orders that we will discuss is the second one. Bear with me. The one on organization. This is the first amendment to the standing orders that we will discuss. So please, Blaže, take it away. Excuse me, this brief pause is over now. We will respect the speaker again. Thank you.
Yes. So this is basically an amendment that has been required to be done by the board. However, unfortunately, we sort of missed it last BM, so that's why we are putting it forward. This has been an internal motion that has been passed in the board meeting in Baku 67 regarding the organization of the event, where it was required that the executive committee, besides providing recommendation on the financial feasibility of the BM application to host the board meeting of ESU, to also provide a recommendation to provide general comment on the application for host of the BM. Therefore, you can see that in the right-hand column, the proposed amendment, we are basically amending the second sentence of this article, which is basically now stated as the executive committee shall comment and provide recommendations, including the financial feasibility on the whole application to host the BM before they are subject to a decision by the board. So basically our proposal is only following up the internal motion, the recommendation by internal motion.
Thank you very much, Blaže. Is there any union wishing to take the floor to discuss this amendment? Any union wishing to discuss this amendment at all? There is not. Very good. Then we can move to a vote. Now, because this is an amendment of the standing orders, which is the second most important document in all of ESU, this item requires a 2/3 majority of the board to agree for it to be adopted. So, I will first of all ask, is there any active opposition to adopting this amendment to the standing orders? There is none, so it's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. The next amendment to the standing orders we will discuss is numbered as number 3, and with the title Meeting Documents, and it deals with standing orders point 7.4. Blaže.
Yes. So this is also an amendment that has been required by an internal motion that passed in the board meeting in Baku regarding the uploading and the documents that are approved by the BM. So basically we are just adding a new point in Article 7.4, which is point C, where the text, the adopted documents from the board shall be uploaded and shared by the presidency with the members within 60 days after closing of the meeting. This is basically, that was a requirement for having the documents, even though this has been already a practice for the last 2 board meetings, which I'm quite sure for.
Thank you very much. The speakers list is once again open. Is there any union that would like to take the floor to discuss this amendment to the standing orders? The reason I'm leaving extra time is because occasionally people maybe forget and then that's last minute, so one more time. Is there any union wishing to take the floor on this amendment? There is not. Now, we will move to a vote. And because this is a mandatory item of the standing orders, this requires 3/4 of the board to agree to it in order for it to amend this item. So I will ask, is there any active opposition to adopting this amendment to the standing orders? There is none, therefore it is unanimously adopted. And finally, on this point of the agenda, we move to the one numbered number 1 on definitions, dealing with the first couple of pages of the standing orders.
Yes. Okay, this is very, very technical. We have been trying to explain it sufficiently in the motivation. I'm going to give it another attempt now. but please feel free to ask if it was unclear again, and we are here, both of us, in case my way of explaining is not very accessible. Maybe Blaža does a better job. So, the current situation in ESU is that we are handling the things which we are doing with 4 different majorities. Number 1 is the simple majority. Simple majority, hello. A simple majority means that something passes if there is more yes votes than no votes. Full stop. An absolute majority, per definition, means that that it's 50% plus of the total of votes. 2/3 majority, 2/3 of the total of votes, and 3/4, same thing, 3/4. Then, what ESU is currently doing is that we have a definition of votes cast, so the definition of total votes, which is including only yes and no, but not abstentions. Abstentions are simply not part of the votes which we are counting. In consequence, this gets us to the problem that basically, as we currently stand, a simple majority and an absolute majority are exactly the same thing, which then obviously gets us to the problem that it's quite useless to even have this distinction, and there is a good reason for this distinction, because issues needing an absolute majorities are those for which we would like to have a broader consensus. Therefore, what we are proposing to happen right now is to actually include the abstentions into the total number of votes cast, as it is necessary in the EC's point of view that the differentiation between a simple majority and an absolute majority is actually restored, plus furthermore that actually that an abstention is an actual statement in all of the majorities except the simple one, and not just the same as not being in the room or not lifting your voting card because you don't.
Okay, thank you. It is perfectly allowed to ask questions at this point. You don't need to make a big political speech to clarify, because this is a complicated point here. So, and I would rather that the board understands completely what this is than just voting for it because you're too embarrassed to ask a question. So please, if you're confused, ask a question. Now, is there any union that would like to take the floor? Thank you. I will have Sul first.
Well, thank you for the good explanation, but still I have one question. If there is the sort of situation where we're voting upon an issue into which Sul doesn't have an opinion and cannot say anything on it, and then giving an abstention would kind of mean that it would affect it, so therefore should we just leave the room? Like what is, because then if there is, yeah.
Well, yes, if you would like to not affect it, and that's exactly the point why we're doing this, that this is your active decision if you want to affect it or not. If you want to not affect it, when we're doing this, you or leave the room or you just don't move your voting card. You don't even need to run out. Because an abstention only counts when you're having your hand up at the moment when it says abstentions, please put your hands up now. But if you're like, okay, we better totally keep out of this, stay where you are, don't lift your arm, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sul. Next I have Udo. Udo, please, just behind.
We see that is like treated as a technical question, but our problem is a political one. It's not about the absolute majority, but how the system would work with the 2/3 and the 3/4 majority. What we fear is that if this system would be allowed to would function also with these kinds of majorities, it would be more difficult than now to let the things not to pass without taking the political responsibility to vote no, but just to abstain. And also, so we would have liked to see a joint proposal, let's say, of this amendment plus a revision of the voting majorities. The problem is that if we pass this, it would be more difficult than to change the voting majorities due to this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, several reactions on this. Point one, on the very logic level, your analysis is correct. This might make it more difficult to pass things. But, point A, this definition will stand as it is, and as I do believe that the board is a fairly intelligent body, at some point unions will actually understand what an abstention is doing. Yes, it will maybe happen that something might not pass because there was not enough people who could actually actively be for it. Regarding the revision of the majorities, this was our tasks to do. We have been discussing it extensively in an EC meeting, and on the background of all of these majorities which we are having, the decision of the EC has been that we do not see anything where we would like to lower the majorities, as also ESO is an organization which even has it in its basic documents that we should reach the biggest possible consensus about anything we are doing, and we do not believe that it's very healthy through just the deletion of the meaning of an abstention to sneak in policies with which people actually...
Thank you, EC. Next is Uha.
I have a question about how are the votes then counted? You have yes, no, and does abstention then also count as no? Like,
I mean, yes. The thing is that when it's simple majority or depending if this is the change, then absolute majority will mean absolute majority. Because at this moment, simple majority and absolute majority are absolutely the same. Due to the fact that let's take it into consideration that there is a decision that we need to make by absolute majority, but however, due to the current situation of, current definition in the standing orders, this means that a document that is supposed to be with absolute majority can be passed. It's actually passed by a simple majority where most of the unions voted abstention because they didn't have the feeling about the policy. But then this might turn out that it's a problematic part if due to the fact, because if this definition is changed, in this case, the same issue would not be passed. And as Lea said, I do believe that we are a mature organization where we are making crucial decisions, especially representing the students' opinions and views on a European level. And we do believe that this should be cleared and distinguished, especially due to the fact that there are few things in the standing orders that is required absolute majorities. Yes, this might affect the 2/3 and the 3/4 majority, but then these decisions that I made with 2/3 and 3/4 majority are also very relevant and important. And as Lea said, we, as executive committee, after a long discussion in Bratislava, we didn't see the point to change the majorities at this moment.
Just very simple. An abstention in case of a simple majority doesn't mean anything. An abstention has the same consequence as a no in case of all of the other majorities. But of course, it has semantically not the same thing.
Can I explain more with the numbers, for example? We have 76 votes in total. Now we calculate the total number of votes. Out of the 76, we have 27 abstain, and we have 27. No, I'm trying to explain that even with the less,
Well, one example,
Yes.
very extreme example, Blaže, perhaps would be that when there's 70 votes, 68 abstain and 2 in favor. And this passes in the current system, but this is kind of ridiculous, no?
And it's required absolute majority of the documents.
Yes.
And we do not want to have this kind of decisions made by the board, because I do not feel that in that case the 60 votes that abstained would have abstained.
Thank you. Next, I have SSU. Down there.
My questions was partially answered already, but wouldn't it just make sense to then remove abstentions altogether for the absolute majority, and you're just asking yes or no? If they actually mean the same in the case of absolute majority.
As I mentioned, I do think they have the same consequences as a no in this case, but it is semantically absolutely not the same. And in plus, also the abstentions are there because for the simple majority, they still have a completely different consequence. Because there it is really like, okay, I want to express actively that A, I really don't care, or B, I cannot possibly have an opinion with that. Because an abstention is not the same thing as being out of the room or pretending of being out of the room. It is still a statement that you actively cannot decide about something, or you actively want to express that this is so irrelevant that you will not give your opinion about it.
Thank you. DSF? On your left.
Thanks. We would like to thank the executive committee for cleaning this up and also making it the same way as in any other organizations where you would read the statutes and standing orders and then be slightly confused that we do it differently than the rest of the world. So that's very nice. And we also appreciate that there is now a difference between abstaining and not voting at all, because as you gave some examples now, it can be a difference to a union. For instance, sometimes we will have things that DSF says that we cannot have opinions on, but that I would feel really awkward actively voting against. But then I trust also that in the BM for beginners, that we will teach everyone who gets here what is the difference between abstaining and choosing not to vote at all. And I don't think it adds confusion, because it takes away also some of the confusion that is now already in there when we try to read the documents and explain our new people that here we do it differently. So while it might be a little bit confusing, I think the sum of confusion is lowered, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I have Udo.
Yeah, we would like to point out a concrete example. It's an extreme one, but let's think about the UN Security Council, where you have to, for instance, in this extreme case, but you have one country that can veto, and so nothing happens. And so it ends up that in the UN Security Council and the United Nations ends up of being relevant to small issues, but irrelevant in the most important ones. So the question is, if the abstention votes means that either you don't have a political opposition on there, or you find it irrelevant, why that should be counted? If the union that votes abstention doesn't care about the policy, why there should be that prevents the whole union as a whole to take a stance? And again, I know the fact that it might be, since there is a difference between abstention and no vote, but in this case it's the same thing, it can be used to practically vote no without taking the political burden of voting no.
Can I answer with a question? Because taking Security Council as an example, it's not the best opinion, sorry, because it's a selected number of countries there, and especially 4 countries have the ultimate power in the Security Council, which is 5, sorry, yes.
Let's think. Okay.
Thank you, Andras. You've been there, so.
Excuse me, Udo, this isn't, we don't do it this way. If you want to speak again, you signal again.
question, sorry. I thought
Yes,
I
but you wait until he's finished his sentence before you.
It's a rhetoric question, so you can take it like that. Sorry, but I can. Back to my point. Instead of taking the Security Council of the United Nations, how about taking the National Assembly of your country, and 70% of the members of the Parliament that is required decision with absolute majority decide to abstain, but you have the same procedures and definitions as in ESU, and then the other 30% decided the national policy of the country. How would you feel as a citizen of that country? I mean, this is ESU is a organization where everybody, the point of everybody having equal voting rights. It is a purpose of being equally treated. And yes, abstentions do mean something, but also not voting especially means something in this kind of organizations. And 1 second.
Yeah, and in plus, yes, if a majority of this organization actively decides that they do not want to bother with this specific issue, I do believe there should be the possibility to then block it, that we actually have policy about it. Because when there is only a minority who actually cares about the thing and thinks that ESU should have a paper about this, I do think that would be contradicting our values of reaching the widest consensus possible.
Yeah, one more. Sorry, law student. Well, another thing is that if 70% of the members here decided not to vote, when the chairing team, at least in my interpretation, I guess it's similar with the chairing team, and if in case they notice that there is only 30% of the votes in the room, or even voting, then I guess we will go to a roll call, because in that case there is no quorum to make a decisions at all. So there is a statement, even if you do not vote, but then abstention is completely different. And in this case, at this moment, abstention is completely different and affects the absolute majority, decisions that are required to be taken by absolute majority.
Thank you, EC. Uha is next.
I do understand your argument that abstentions should be recognized and a great consensus is important for organization. I'm totally agree with you. But I do have the fear that with this definition of abstention, it could be really bad for organization as well, because you give the possibility to give the chance to persons who wanted to say no can just abstain a vote, and so therefore don't have to be accountable, as Udo say, for the vote, for the political action. And if it comes to a human rights document or something, and you don't want that to go through, you just don't have to say no anymore, you just abstain, and then it's a no. But you don't have to be responsible for that vote. And you can't be accountable, or you can't be made accountable for that. That's my fear. We'll come back though.
Well, yes, you can be voting abstention in order to avoid a no, but with this definition, it is also very clear what this means, and that the abstentions are having the consequence of a no in case of the qualified majorities. And yes, I get the point that it is a difference if somebody can go and say, we just abstained. It's not as harsh as if we said no, but nevertheless, this definition makes it very clear that in the case of the different levels of qualified majorities, that abstention actually does have consequences, which is again the reason to have these different majorities. And on the other hand, I do still also believe that in the very other direction, with the current definition which we are having now, that it's actually quite dangerous that we get into voting for super important policies or even for the standing orders, with actually having only a minority which is actually actively approving, which we are doing.
Thank you very much. Next is DSF. If you can wave your thank you.
I'm sorry to make this longer, it's not very sexy, but Um, I just get a little bit provoked by now. Several times it has been mentioned to not want to take the political responsibility of saying no. I believe that when we have in our statutes that something needs a clear majority, either to have absolute majority or to have even more, maybe 75% of the votes, that we have this in there because people will have to actively take the responsibility of saying yes, because we consider it important. And then we can of course discuss if we have asked for the right majorities. As far as I have been able to see, I think we have, more or less. Can always be debated, of course. But we ask for this because it's important that people say actively yes. So that's more important than whether or not you have to say actively no to something. And if we are debating human rights issues, or whatever we are debating, I don't think actually that would then require absolute majority, apart from that, because that would be just normal policy discussions. But anyway, when we are discussing things where we require absolute majorities, that has a reason, and it has the reason that we need people to actively back it in order for us to have a strong opinion on it.
Thank you very much, Desef. Nask, can I ask you to, yeah, thanks, because I'm not sure if you want to speak or if you're just scratching your face. Thank you. Now, my speakers list is empty. Is there any union that would like to take the floor? There is none. That's good. Now, in order for this amendment to the standing order to pass, because this is amending a mandatory item of the standing orders, this requires 3/4 of the board's support. And I will also remind you that if this to the standing orders passes, it does not take effect until this meeting is over. So this will not change the way this BM is practiced at all, but for the next BM. That clear with everybody? Yes. Good. Then I will move to a vote. Is there any active opposition to this amendment? There is. Then I will ask those in favor to raise their voting cards in favor of the amendment. Nice and high, please. No, keep them up nice and high, please. Thank you. Those opposed? Against the amendment? Against? 4. And abstentions? Abstaining? Okay, the majority required to get this approved was 3/4, which was 51 votes. The result was 50. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, the majority we required to pass this was 45, and our result was 56 votes in favor, 54 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. So this has been adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Isi. Now we will move to membership issues.
Thank you very much, Angus. And the first point that we have on the part 6 membership issues. Okay, AOB is already done, my dear. Upcoming events, okay. We do the upcoming events with the presentations. I'm sorry that we are a bit confused today, but we are moving so fast that we have to fill up the time with those things that we can actually do at the moment. And one of them is the upcoming events. So I would as far as I'm informed, those who present upcoming events that are already fixed are all ready to present. So I would like to invite USI to present us with the information on the European Student Convention 33 in Galway, Ireland. Yeah, I know. Technical support. We need a cable. Blaže, what kind of cable do we need? Okay, the Apple craziness strikes again. Now we don't have a normal cable. Normally we just don't have Apple cables. Okay. Yeah. Do we have progress on this one?
Just a second.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, come just. Can you put the hotspots through USB? No, it's not. Did you try? Maybe you need to check. Yes. Come on. Yeah, now it's.
Okay. Can people who move to a place that is not theirs get back to their place? And can everybody please be silent and listen, also the EC please, and listen to the presentation about the European Student Convention 33.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very glad to be presenting the event to you.
Jack?
Yep.
Microphone
Right into
like
it. Okay,
this.
I'm very glad to be presenting this event, so I'll be quick, concise, and informative. Very much. Okay, so first of all, the destination for our conference is in Galway. Galway is a city with a population of 100,000 people in the west of Ireland, of whom 30,000 are students. So there's 17,000 people in the National University of Ireland in Galway, and another 12,000 in the Galway Mayo Institute of Technology, might also be known in some countries as a University of Applied Sciences. It's a very, very small city. It's only 20 square miles. It's incredibly popular with tourists, LGBT friendly, and some American magazine made it the best, friendliest city in the world in 2015, which we absolutely loved. So Galway is an absolutely fantastic city. We might look at some photos. This is Bay in Galway. That looks pretty nice. Next there. This is one of the streets, the main streets in Galway. And this is one of the cliffs. I don't know which cliff, but there's loads of them. So this is what Galway looks like. It's absolutely beautiful. We'll get to the practicalities of getting there in a few seconds. We're going to go with two themes for the 3-day conference. The first of which is access to higher education. So myself and the EC will work on preparing an agenda for this progressively over the next few months, but we're looking at participation by underrepresented groups and that kind of theme. The second is the big question, which is higher education and Brexit. I had to have some meme in somewhere. So this is NUS UK struggling to understand what to do next. The question of Brexit is a troubling one for higher education. I think we all know that. And we're going to have a half day on the last day to explore that. Next there. Okay, so practicalities. So for those familiar with the geography of the region, this is Dublin and this is Galway. So pretty much the entire width of Ireland has to be travelled to get there, but it only takes about 2 hours. What I'm recommending is that people fly into Dublin. You can get there from pretty much any airport in the world, and then get a bus from Dublin. We'll have something organised for people to access that. There are 2 airports on the west coast, which are in Cork and Clare, but it's just easier to fly to Dublin. So everybody fly to Dublin. Next there. So our venue is the National University of Ireland in Galway. It's a beautiful campus, a little bit outside the city centre, only about 5 minutes outside. A river runs through it, has a dome bar, and we're going to host everything there. Our accommodation is in the Knox Hotel. It's a 15-minute walk from the campus, or there's a bus that goes direct between the two, and we have the place booked out. Financially, our objective working with the EC was to make sure that at least somebody from every national union of students could attend, and so our first fee is quite low. First delegate will pay €75, the second delegate for your NUS will pay 110, and the third and beyond that will pay 130. So I'd like to think it's a nice affordable event. That's okay. Your arrival day is Sunday the 5th of March, and then the conference will take place on the 6th, 7th, and 8th. You can leave on the 8th, you can leave on the 9th. We'll make sure that everyone can get flights out of Dublin evening on the 8th, so we'll set the event up. But everyone's welcome to come to Dublin on the weekend of the 4th. I won't be doing anything, so I suppose we can go see some stuff. Galway is, well, I found this out earlier today, 10% cheaper than Dublin to live in. That probably means nothing to people who don't live in Dublin. But here you have some prices and some price ranges of what things cost. So maybe for a beer it's not great, but it's good beer. So these are some of our partners for the event. The main one in the middle there is the Irish Higher Education Authority, so they're responsible for setting policy and funding for the sector. That's a big one to have on board. We're working with our Government Department of Education and Skills, our National Quality Assurance Agency, and the 2 student unions that are based in Galway. And the last one, so also people happen to be coming over to Galway in the middle of Gaelga. Seachtain na Gaeilge means Irish Week. It's a 2-week event. Someone got that wrong. What this is a 2-week celebration of Irish language and culture that's centered around Galway. So it's a perfect time to be there. We'll have lots of Irish dancing and all that kind of stuff. But we'll organise a cultural evening around that theme. And that's us. So does anyone have any questions, or is that your question to ask?
Exactly. Anybody wants to ask questions? Nobody. Then, Ansa.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know, do you have any reimbursement of transportation, plan ticket?
We're going to work that out with DEC, but we plan to at least get people to go away for support. Yeah.
Any other questions? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for the presentation, Jack. Good, then I would like to invite the colleagues from KSU to present the BM, 72 in Malta. KSU, yes. No, no. No worries. You still got time to get ready. Yeah.
Hello. So, hello everyone. I'm just going to give you a short presentation about the board meeting in Malta and some updates. So basically, this is our team, the KSU Malta. We're 13 members. Everyone has a different office. I'm the international, and I have another international officer with me. So, picture of Malta and what you expect to see in Malta, basically. So those are some facts about Malta. Our population, it's basically so small that probably it's the whole population of Gdansk alone. So. Those are some statements about Malta from the tourists, and Pina, what he said about the last VM in Malta. I hope he'll say the same about the next one. So this is our confirmed accommodation, the hotel you'll be staying in. It's located in a central location next to the sea. It has a huge pool, it has indoor facilities as well. I'm sure everyone will enjoy going around the area with the sea and everything over there. So that's the ratings of the hotel and TripAdvisor if you want to search about the hotel. So those are other facilities in the hotel. There's a gym, spa, and everything. Those are some photos of the lobby and the hotel and the rooms, how they're the interior of the rooms. So the hotel has a lot of conference facilities as well, and we'll be using the halls for the board meeting. You can see a small photo there, but it's actually larger than it looks in the photo. So. For the seminars for the first 2 days, the president of Malta was kind enough to give us her palace. It's Verdala Palace, it's called. And we're going to have the seminars in the palace you see there. And it has halls which we're going to use for the seminars, basically. So for the social program around the area of the hotel, there are certain clubs that we're going to do some events there. You can see there next to the sea. I'm not sure if you've researched something about Malta, but Pacheville is the nightclub area, and I'm sure some of you would like to check it out. So that's a small photo. During the board meeting, during the week of the board meeting, we're going to organize some sightseeing for you, and we're going to take you to the three main localities in Malta. It's Valletta, the capital city, Mdina, and there's the three cities basically. You'll see more updates once we launch the Facebook page and event. So obviously to fund the BM, we're trying to find a lot of funding programs, and we're trying to find help from our government and ministries. And we're trying to push more because we're finding a bit of a struggle with funds. But until the BM, we'll hopefully have enough sponsors to cover all the costs. So for our board meeting, which will be held in May, we'll have a specific alumni program, which will be along the first 3 days of May. And they'll have meetings separate from all the other events that will be going on, since it's going to be the 35th anniversary. So these are some photos about traditions in Malta. Those are pastizi. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They are a traditional food, the Maltese beer, and obviously our sea. That we're very proud of. This is a short video about Malta. There's sound. So, so today we're officially launching the website of our BM. If you enter into that website, you'll find the registration form already. For now, you just register with your student union, and then later on to the BM, we'll send you an email to fill in the details of the delegates that will be coming. You can enter into the site. We'll just post the link in the board mail group, so everyone will have access to it, basically. And you can already start registering, basically. So that's the official logo of the BM. I hope you all like it, and I hope you're all looking forward to May.
Thank you very much for this presentation. There are apparently questions, so you might consider staying to answer them. I first have Ansa, and I also saw Iso and Ilya.
Thank you. We didn't see information about dates. Do you have some concrete?
The dates are 1st to 7th of May, the first week of May.
Okay, and
you'll find everything in the website.
thank you. And do you have some reimbursement of travel tickets to Malta?
We're currently looking for more sponsors to help us out with that, but it's closer to the day that we can say if it's a yes or a no.
About the participation fees for first, second, and third delegates?
The participation fees are basically the same as all the BMs. The first delegate is up to €75, then the second delegate up to 150, and the maximum we can go up to 300, basically. That's the same. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a microphone for Iso. Iso, please. Okay, they withdraw. Then AUL, please.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. So my question is about the, I don't know what to call them, facilities, I suppose is the right word. How's the Wi-Fi, basically? Long story short.
So basically, the Wi-Fi of the hotel is already up to standard, it's already good, but we are going to bring a backup plan for Wi-Fi just in case, due to a lot of people trying to connect. We're just going to get a backup, so we'll have efficient Wi-Fi.
Thanks. Looking forward to the pool.
And we already had a conference of ELSA. I don't know if you heard of ELSA. They already had their ICM over there. There were 400 people, and the Wi-Fi was quite well. So I'm hoping that for us it will work the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I have NSO on the speakers list.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure if I got it, but do you have any information about the theme for the seminar prior to the board meeting?
We'll release the motto or theme a bit later than now. So for now, we just release the logo, so everyone will know what logo is, and then we release the whole explanation a bit later than today. Thank you. Sorry. Just to add onto your question, since Malta has the presidency in 2017, we'll have something linked to that since it's the same period of time. So we'll have something linked to the presidency, basically. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions to KSU? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, as we are moving forward in a speed that is not really usual.
Which is positive, it's a good thing, it's good.
You deserve a break to take your coffee, chilled, relaxed, outside, while chatting with each other, and we will resume the meeting at 5:15. So 5:15 back in here, half an hour of coffee break. Enjoy your coffee.
my What would you like? Engineer job? That's also people that come from Holland or the UK gets engineer job. No, there's no need. No, tell it that the membership is not supposed to be the agenda.
It's okay.
Challenge me. Especially because now absolutely simple majority seems like not anymore on the BM end. Now it's the same. Wanna go there? My mother says that my house is a Spanish prophet. Everyone goes there for Ross is a soup. It's not my fault. Those two persons not doing it. This person not doing it. That's the problem. So next weekend, here, Kevin is coming from the USA. And the next weekend, Joe called me saying he wants to go there. Yusuf is coming. Now I don't know if I want it. I have to listen to it. I know. What you do? What's your degree? Education. Okay. Those people that are degree in Portugal, they all emigrated to UK. So they're not getting a job there. That is for that. That's for sure. And actually nowadays, there are some buttons that get much more than a teacher or an engineer. Very good. Madeira, I can get in Africa, but what can I do? I got a politics in the dictatorship. Hey, it's more or less the same. Yeah. It's actually true. Come to Lisbon. You send me your resume, I'll send you a couple of people. I think so, but you should have a keyboard right next to you, because I never know.
Test.
Okay, everyone. Maybe we'll try to get back to our seats. Follow the lead of the chairing team, who at least in two-thirds is already sitting in their places. And get ready for the... Do you want to?
Okay, let's start the roll call, which will be done quietly. Armenia Ansa. Present. Austria ÖH. Present. Belarus BSA. Present. Belgium FEF. Not present. Belgium VVS. Present. Bosnia-Herzegovina SURS. Not present. Bulgaria NASC. Not present. Bulgaria UBS. Not present. Croatia CSC. Croatia CSC. Not present. Cyprus POFEN. Not present. Czech Republic Security. Present. Denmark DSF. Present. Estonia EUL. Present. Finland SUL. Present. Finland SAMOG. Other one. Thank you. Present. France Fage. Not. France Fage present. France UNEF. Not present. Germany FZS. Present. Hungary HUAC. Present. Iceland LIS. Present. Iceland SHI. Present by proxy to LIS. Israel NUIS. Present. I skipped Ireland USI. Present. Of all the ones to skip. Italy UDU. Present. Right. Latvia LSA. Present. Lithuania LSS. Present. Luxembourg UNEL. Present by proxy to FZS. Macedonia NSUM. Not present. Malta KSU. Present. Montenegro SPUM. Present. Netherlands ISO. Present. Netherlands LSVB. Present. Norway NSO. Present. Poland PSRP. The other one, please. Thank you. Present. Portugal FAIR. Not present. Romania ANOSERA. Present. Serbia SCONUS. Present. Proxy to SSU. Yes. Serbia SUS. Not present. Slovakia Srbisha. Present. Slovenia SSU. Present. Spain CREOP. Present. Sweden SFS. Present. Switzerland VSSU NSUSU. Present. Ukraine UASS. Not present. NUS UK from the UK. Present. We have a quorum.
Okay. The next
Okay, board, we're going to begin the roll call now. So I will ask you to sit down quietly. Continue your discussions outside if you like, but not in here anymore. Thank you. Armenia Ansa. Present. Austria ÖH. Present. Belarus BSA. Present. Belgium FEF. Present by proxy UNEF. Belgium VVS. Present. Bosnia-Herzegovina SURS not present. Bulgaria NASC. Not present. Bulgaria EBS not present. Croatia CSC by proxy SPOOM. Cyprus POFEN not present. Czech Republic Securivisha present. Denmark DSF present. Estonia AWEL present. Finland SUL present. Finland SAMOK present. France FAJ present. France UNEF not present. Germany FZS present. Hungary HUOC present. Iceland LIS present. Iceland SHI present by proxy to LIS. Ireland USI present. Israel NUIS present. Italy UDU present. Latvia LSA present. Lithuania LSS present. Present by proxy FZS. Macedonia NSUM not present. ASU present. Montenegro SPOOM present. Netherlands ISO present. Netherlands LSVB present. Norway NSO present. Poland PSRP present. Portugal FAIR not present. Romania ANOSRA present. Serbia SCONUS. Serbia SCONUS not present. No, they're not present. Okay, Serbia SUS not present. Slovakia Sidovica. Thank you, present. Slovenia SSU not present. Spain CREUP present. Sweden SFS present. Switzerland VSSUNA ZUSU present. Ukraine UASS not present. UK NUS UK present. We have a quorum. Hey. And so, it's allowed. And so we are going to move further on part 6 of the agenda now to discuss briefly the application from candidates for full membership of ASM Moldova. I'll ask Philip to present. Having some small technical issues, but he's coming.
Okay, hello everyone once again. The issue with the ASM Moldova is quite clear. ASM Moldova is now working on having a study visit in the next couple of months. Basically, we have promised that they will conduct a study visit in spring. So far, I had a contact with the international office, also the president, and they were not able to conduct a study visit this year due to some financial reasons, and basically they wanted to invest the money in their own capacity building and development, and just postpone the study visit to next year. But the thing is that the candidate status is expiring the next PM. And that's all, I guess.
Thank you for this short update. Is there any union wishing to take the floor to discuss this? There is not, so that's fine. We move along. And our next part of the agenda is an application for associate membership from ENSA, the European Nursing Student Association, which Philip will also explain.
Yes, thank you. The thing is that ENSA is not physically present at this BM, and one of the internal motions says that if they are not physically present here, they should send the video beforehand. So what we are going to do now, we are going to watch the video of European Nursing Student Association presentation about their activities, what they actually are, their structure. It takes about 15 minutes, so it's not gonna be long. And after that, there is a scheduled Skype with the president of ENSA, and that's it. So just give me a minute that I will be able to play it.
So hello everyone, hello to you, dear members of the ESU, of the European Students' Union. My name is Julian Madej and I'm the president of the European Nursing Students Association. Before I start my presentation, I would like to apologize for not being able to be there with you. Unfortunately, I'm in a meeting in Brussels during these days, so it's kind of impossible to be there with you. So today I'm presenting to you our association in order to see if it's possible to join yours. First of all, I would like to thank you for the consideration of taking our proposal. So let's start. And as you can see, our association is called ENSA. But what's ENSA? ENSA represents all the European nursing students. It was founded in 1970 as the European Nursing Students Group. But it wasn't until October 2014 that it was legally established in Brussels. Our main idea is to show people the nursing world, having solidarity as an essential quality of the group. All the work that is made in ENSA is voluntary work. And how a person can become a member? Well, there is one condition, and that condition is being a nursing student of a license or degree, master or PhD. For the moment, we only had the option that one federation filled our form and joined our association. But this year, we will change that. And what we propose is that in case you don't have a federation of nursing students, you can ask your university or your nursing institution to fill our form and join us. And in case your university or a nursing institution is not interested, you as a nursing student can join our association. And why do we want to join the European Students' Union? We think we have some points in common with you. First of all, we want to make a better formation to have a better profession. Second, we consider essential the collaboration between students to make our voice louder. We are all together in our fight against the budget cuts in education and the precarity of our formation and our access to the job market. And last but not least, we cannot accept the double of unemployment tax in between young people, even if we are probably one of the best prepared generations ever. How do we work as a structure? Once a year, our association has what is called an annual general meeting. This year, the annual general meeting took place in Madrid in between 17th to 19th October 2016. The topics of this meeting are chosen by the delegates of last year's AGM. This year, the topics were the EU Directive 55 and its consequences, the interprofessional collaboration in health, and discrimination in nursing. Here you can see some of the pictures of the AGM. I've chosen these four as I consider them essential to understand what's coming after this event. In the first one, you can see the board of this year's ENSA. The president, who is the person who is speaking to you right now, Julián Madej from Spain, the vice president from Norway, and then we have 3 board members. These 3 board members are in charge of the communications, of the work groups, and the treasury. These 3 board members are from Germany, the Netherlands, and Sweden. The other 3 pictures show you some of the delegates who participate in the work groups in this year's AGM. For the first time, we could make a statement, a political statement, a political paper, which talked about the EU Directive 55 and in what way ENSA supports not only this directive, but also the paper that the European Federation of Nursing has done during the last years, developing the competency framework that all nurses must have in their formation in Europe. The board had their first meeting in the last days of November, and in that meeting we approved the project that has been sent to you. The 3 topics that the delegates have approved to work this year are, of course, the EU Directive 55 and its application in the European countries, but then the international mobility programs such as the Erasmus and the empowerment of nursing students. But we won't only work on this. We will also develop different actions during the year. First of all, we will develop the work groups, but not the work groups only in the annual general meeting, the work groups during all the year, so that we can work all the year or through the year with not only the delegates but also all the nursing students who could be interested in collaborating with us. We will also improve our communication system. We need to change our web page. We need to improve the speed with which we answer our emails, our Facebook page, messages. We will collaborate with the European Federation of Nurses in the European Parliament and Commission. When you probably hear this and see this video, I will be with them talking about some points that we need to start collaborating, to start cooperating. We will access and advise the Belgian students to develop their Nursing Students Association, but we won't do this alone. We will ask advice to the French Federation, the Dutch Federation, the German Federation, and the Swiss Federation. We will have the British nursing students after the Brexit situation and the loss of the nursing bursaries. For this reason, we will not only collaborate with the Royal College of Nursing and the Royal College of Nursing part, which is in charge of the students. We will also collaborate with the National Students' Union of the United Kingdom. Her president, Malia, talked to me in Lafarge meeting in September, in which we had the pleasure to meet also Lia, and I proposed to her to collaborate in what we can say the reorganization of the relations in between nursing students in Europe and nursing students in the United Kingdom, because that's more important for us. That's the most important thing. ENSA do not represent only the students from the European Union. ENSA represents the students from all Europe, and that includes, of course, the United Kingdom. We will help the French nursing students in their inclusion to the university and to achieve the same bursaries and rights as the other licenses. We consider this essential. We consider that this is a right that hasn't been given to them, and they just deserve it, as every single student. We will attend a different national student meeting. We consider this is essential to grow up as an organization, to communicate our proposals, our statements, to be able to enrich our speech. We will participate in the European Federation of Nursing's meeting in Malta in March 2017 and in the World Nurses meeting in Barcelona in May 2017. And of course we will develop the ENSA Annual General Meeting 2017, which will take place in Brussels in October 2017. Just to give you an example of what has been our first action. The 8th November 2016, we were in Paris, which has been the most important nursing demonstration in decades. We were there supporting not only the nursing students, but also nurses in their fight against precarity, budget cuts, lack of investments in their institutions. They were also fighting for having a better ratio of nurses in the hospitals, to have the same bursaries as any other students. And that's why we were there, because we don't want that a country falls, that the profession like nursing fall because of these conditions. There is a video you can find in our YouTube channel, in ENSA board channel. If you look in YouTube and you look for nursing demonstration in Paris 8th November, you will probably find it. If not, of course, we will send it to you. And how you can contact us. Here you can see our emails, our website, and our social networking sites. For the moment, we are almost publishing everything on Facebook and Twitter. But we are also in our mails, so you can contact with us every time you need, and we will answer to you as soon as we can. As we are changing our website for the moment, you will see previous things from previous years, but the website hopefully will be ready during this long season. And with this last concept, this presentation finishes. I would like to thank you again the opportunity to give me, and you give not only to the ENSA board, but also to the ENSA representatives and to all the nursing students to be able to join your association. We consider it would be excellent to be part of you, to cooperate, to collaborate with you, because right now Europe is in a moment of change and the world is in a moment of change, and we think that if we are able to collaborate in between each other, we will be stronger, and if we are able to be stronger, we will be able to be at the center of the changes, and we will take good profits of that changes. Right now we need union, and we think your organization is an example of union, so that's why we ask you to consider our forum. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Now, as ENSA aren't physically present, I guess any questions that you have will just be based on what Philip can happen to remember, so please bear that in mind, that maybe Philip doesn't have the answers to everything. But Philip, would you like to have a discussion with the board?
Well, actually, I would be in favor if we just go straight to the questions to that person and then maybe have a general discussion with membership coordinator, which makes more sense to me. Like,
yes, we'll do that. We'll get him on Skype.
yeah, but can I ask you that, because I have like struggles to connect to the internet and have like working Skype connection, to ask you actually to switch off your computers or phones that I actually can make this Skype happen.
Please close your computer completely down so that we know that this is working. We will need to do this again later when we need to talk to the CIA, so time to get used to this practice. Anyway, the internet doesn't really work, so what are you missing?
Yeah, and so it's gonna take a while.
Please, everybody, computers disconnect. There is a... Yes?
Can I ask, excuse me? No. Is Julia Dobchuk in the room? From BOSS? No? No worries. Oh, no, yes, yeah.
Yes, we are ready. We can. So.
Okay, the short technical break is now finished. We are back to where we were and acting like adults and being nice to each other.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you, but it's a little bit cut. Just try again. Okay, okay, now I can hear you well. Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thank you for, as I think I said in the presentation a couple of times, thank you for the opportunity you bring ENSA to present our candidature to join our association. I think in the video it's more or less explained how we work and which our aims, and you have also received a little bit our project for this season. So I'm open to hear all your questions. If there is something you would like to know, if there is something you haven't listened in the video and you would like that I explain to you, I'm all yours. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so now we open the floor for questions. Good. I have USI, then LSVB, then Sekrevision. USI, please.
Thank you. And
wait 1 second, Jack. Sorry.
Can I have just one technical remark? Because like we are not able to connect the mics to the device. So basically, if you ask questions, I need to type it or just say it to him. Okay?
So if you can keep your question clear so that Philip can type it so that he can hear it, because he won't be able to hear us on the mics.
Okay, so from the working plan, I noticed that they outlined 3 topics for the board to work on. The first is the EU directive, the second is international mobility programs, and I don't see any actions related to those topics, so I'm just asking if you can outline what they're doing on those topics.
Thank you, USI. We'll just wait a minute while Philip communicates this to them.
Pete? No, I just asked you if you can repeat the question because I wasn't really following.
Yes, can we give the mic back to USI, please?
So the working plan outlines 3 topics for the board to work on, and there are no actions related to the first 2 topics. So I'm just asking what they're doing in relation to the EU directive and the international mobility question.
Thank you. And we are aware that this can be difficult, but we ask for patience because this is the nature of
Maybe
business.
I think it will be better if like the people, because I guess there will be many questions, maybe people can come here and just say it here.
Yeah, okay,
And then
sure.
we have also like
it's fine with me.
Okay.
But so long as everybody says it into a microphone so that we don't get people asking the same question 3 times. Would you like to go with LSVB's question next? Or would you like him to answer this one? Yeah, okay. Jack, or USI, can you go and just ask directly to him?
It's fine, don't worry. Hello? Yeah, in fact, we make a difference in between the lines of work and the actions. The lines of work are something we will spend all year, and the actions are punctual issues. So probably that's something it's not quite good differentiated. Just to explain you about the URL Directive 55 or the mobility programs, what we want in the first case is to make the students know about the competency framework that all nurses must learn in Europe. And for that, our purpose is not only to contact all the nursing students federations we can, but at the same time, for those countries who don't have nursing students associations, to try to contact their national federation of nurses.
Reminder to don't forget to even turn off the internet on your phones as well, not just the laptops.
Yeah, guys, if I can really remind you, like, also your phones are consuming a lot of data, so just like turn off the Wi-Fi on your phone.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, we lost you. Can you just like
Yeah, I just rewind. So I think I had time to explain you the issue about the Directive 55, and I was talking about Erasmus. What I was saying about Erasmus is that what ENSA wants, because we've seen that some nursing students don't have the right to Erasmus bursaries because of the personal decision of the director of the faculty of the university or whatever. What we want is to make understand that the Erasmus is a right students have. And today I was in a meeting here in Brussels, and we have a little bit understand which are the tools we can use to make the people understand, the directors of the universities understand that this is a right and they cannot avoid that the students go to Europe if they want to. And then when we want to create this net of students, in our case is nursing students, that try to help in between each other if they want to go to one country to another. Ideally, we would like to do it. Realistically, it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And we would like it to do because we think that if we are capable, when you just go from one country to another, to contact ENSA and say, I want to go from this country to another one, do you have any contact? We present you that contact, and that person can help you to find a place, to find in the city someone that can help you, that make things easier. And ENSA is not only an organization that focuses its work in political issues, which are very important. We would like, during this year and in the near future, to focus on working with the students, which in fact are the most important reason for what we are here. The third line of working, empowerment of the nursing students. This one is a little bit different, as nursing students in our meeting ask us to in some way don't let them fall they want that we recognize every time that our profession is in doubt or our students are in doubt, as unfortunately happens so often. We just remembered why it's important to have nursing students and nurses. It's a bit more a communication issue in which we will just dedicate all the year, and probably we will prepare any kind of campaign. But that's totally differentiated from the actions. Actions are only, as I told you before, punctual things that we will do. Just to give you an example, in the 8th November, that was the big demonstration in Paris of nursing students and nurses, and we were there. We were in the French meeting a couple of days ago. We are here in Brussels. That's small actions are those who are explained in our paper. Don't know if I have answered your question.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I ask, I guess it's Joey from LSVB, and if you can ask the question too, while also holding the microphone so the rest of the board can hear what the question is. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have said a question, I'm sorry because I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'll try then. On your website, under the legal tab, it states that you're a German organization, and in the application it states that you're an organization located in Brussels. Can you please explain if you're part of the German organization, or?
Yes.
Please explain.
Yeah, I will explain to you because it's quite. Yeah, the website is quite harsh. In fact, the organization is established in Brussels, but the website, as far as I talked with my previous presidents, the website was created by the German delegation. We asked the Germans to create the website a couple of years ago, apparently. That was 2014. So if we want to change anything from the website, that's what we're trying to do, we have to ask the people in Germany who is in charge of the website that takes in consideration our demands so that we can change it. That's why, for example, this year we have a German person in our board who is responsible for the website, because that's the only person who can work with them. But legally, and if we just take a look at what says in our constitution, our association is established in Brussels in the direction you've seen in the registration papers, including Parnasse. And the website is something we will need to change, and that's something we would like also to let clear all these legal questions that can make doubts to you or to any student or to any person who is interested. That's something we will also work hard this year, because we really need to, because yeah, it goes to you this question, it goes to me at the moment, and it goes to lots of students.
Thank you very much. Next is Sekrevisha, and again the same routine again, please.
Hello, Sekrevisha, Czech Republic. I saw that in your board there are mainly members from North and West of Europe. How is the membership or members from Central and Eastern parts of Europe represented in your union?
First of all, it's nice. I'd say it's a big pleasure for me to hear somebody from the Czech Republic making me a question, because it's my third year in ENSA, and the farthest I have arrived to meet a person from Europe is Croatia. So yeah, in fact, we have a big problem with this, a really serious problem. And the problem we see is that first, we didn't have the contacts to the Nursing Students Association in those countries. And in fact, most of those countries don't have a Nursing Students Association. So we have to contact the nursing federations. Now we have them. Second, this year we have proposals to arrive to Central Eastern Europe. we need to fix a little bit our politics about how we're going to do it, because we would like to arrive to the 44 countries that compose Europe, but seriously, that's a big mess. It's really difficult to arrive. Nevertheless, there is nothing impossible, and that's my politics of nothing is impossible if we work hard. So my idea, or the idea I propose to my board, and I will propose to my board in the next board meeting, is that first we will contact the nursing federations. We will ask if they have nursing students association. If they have, we will contact them. If not, we will ask them. We will send them our projects. We will explain them why we need students and why we consider this country is essential. That's something that worries to all of us, the board, is that seeing how is Europe right now and the political problems that some countries have, and just to bring an example, until last year we had Turkey with us. This year we don't have Turkey. Seeing all these problems these countries have, we don't know if we will be able to arrive to them, because we understand that the political situation probably is not the best one. However, we will try it. But yeah, you are totally right. I mean, it's a big shame we cannot arrive to them, and that's something hopefully next year I could say work hard and we have arrived to all of these countries.
Okay, thank you very much. My speakers list is empty. Is there any unions that would like to ask a question? There is not, so maybe Philippi would like to make a closing remark.
Thank you. No. Just thank you to all of you for your attention, and I hope you spend great days in Poland, that you don't work too much, and that you have a great time there.
Thank you. Maybe a round of applause for Enzo.
Bye-bye.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. Now, while we were setting up the technical information, a member of the board came to us with a piece of information that they are working on gathering some information about this organization that they're not quite ready yet to discuss with authority. So they made a procedural motion that we will suspend the debate and the vote on ENSA's application for candidate membership until tomorrow. So the board, the chairing team, thought this was a very good idea and no harm. So if it's okay with you, this is what we'll do. So we won't debate this now, we'll debate it tomorrow and take the vote tomorrow. Everyone okay? Good, everybody's happy. So that is that point, and we move on to the saddest part of the agenda, withdrawal of full and associate members. And the first one that we need to say goodbye to is Student Aurad Hauskola Islands, or SHI as you might know it, which Blaže is going to present. Blaže, are we ready?
Yes, you've got the official letter that was sent by SHI, one of our founding fathers of the organization. But it's not the first one that was with NSU was first. Well, they merged. Never mind, sorry. Wasting the time, you know.
According to the statutes of ESU, Article 4, it says a member, candidate, or associate organization can resign from ESU by notifying the executive committee in writing. This is what SHI did. However, they are technically present with a vote here because the acknowledgement of the board will happen only officially now. So this is only information point, and their membership will be stopped or revoked as soon as the BM finishes. So wave to Aldis.
Just a point of information, can we stop the stream, please? Thank you.
Sorry.
This. I got 4 amendments from FZS, 5 amendments from AUL, 2 from NSO, 1 from LIS, 1 from UNEF, 1 from SUL, 3 from UDU, 3 from ÖH, 3 from ANOSARE, and 1 from DSF on that first statement that we're going to deal with tomorrow in the morning. Is there anybody missing something? No. Ah, I missed obviously the one from NUS UK, but I answered your email, did I? 2. Did I answer your email on that one? Okay, I will look for the NUS UK amendments and hope. Okay, good. Good. There is Samok asking for the floor. It is only about the paper that had the deadline at
Yes,
dinner.
exactly. We're supposed to have 4 amendments. I don't think you mentioned Samok.
The skills agenda or the
No,
other?
role of education.
The role
I
of
did get an
education.
email confirming that they have
Okay,
been
there are
received.
4 from Samok missing and 2 from NUS UK. I will look for them in our inbox.
So now we move to the next point of the agenda, which we still haven't closed, the upcoming events. We are going to take part of the election of the host of board meeting 73 and election of the host of board meeting 74. So the way it's going to do it is that the host that organized the board meeting will have the presentation, and then we are going to have the report of the human rights coordinator, and then the general debate, and then to a vote. Okay? So I would ask News Israel as the proposer for host of board meeting 73 to come in front and make their presentation. Thank you. And SSU, prepare your presentation because you are next. You are ready?
Samok, NUS UK, I found your amendments.
updated version.
So, news, just grab, people be quiet right now. Okay, grab the microphone, you can start when you're ready. Bring the microphone.
Hello, everybody.
Put it closer to your mouse. Yeah.
Okay, we'll be presenting to host the BM 73 next December in Israel. Okay, the format's not working well, but there we are, a little country in the Middle East. Next slide. Okay, a little bit about us, NUIS, if you don't know us so well. We were founded in 1934. We are a legal entity representing 300,000 students in 64 higher education institutions and vocal schools around the country. That is all the students. We have 2 representatives in the Council of Higher Education. We have been full members of SU since 2006. Within NUIS, we have 10 professional departments and 30 employees. These are representative of all our student unions, quite a few. Professional experience that we have relevant to the BM. We host a biannual 2-day professional seminar for all staff members of student unions, 200 participants. Biannual 1-day workshop for 400 scholarship program participants and coordinators. Annual scholarship ceremony for 1,000 scholarship recipients. A 2-day training workshop for social involvement projects between 50 and 200 participants, depending on the project. And we have hosted the BM in autumn of 2010. and a little video. It's music. It's okay. Okay, so the BM would be taking place. These are the dates that we have proposed, November 27th to December 3rd. Next slide. The organizing committee, I would be leading it as project manager and international officer. This is more of the executive steering committee. Inbar is our vice chairperson. She has just been elected. And Amichai is our CEO. And then when coming closer to the BM, we would have the rest of our staff joining. As I said, we have 30 employees that work with us. Our hosting cities. We will begin in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv I decided to begin with because it is very close to the airport, about 20 minutes by car, even less by train. It's very warm. I left, it was 20 degrees. It's now something like 18. And that's where we begin. The hotel, Leonardo City Tower Hotel. It's in, wait, go back. It's located in our Diamond Exchange district, central Tel Aviv, very close to places to go out, lots of public transportation, very close to the highway and the train station, so very easy to get to. The pool on the rooftop and the view. And then the BM itself would be held in Jerusalem. We will be transporting everyone by bus. It takes about an hour. Go to the next slide. This is our venue. Okay, and the seminar topic that we have thought about, Academia 2.0, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Linking Networks. Go to the next slide. The idea is that we will look at the work that we do as student unions, how we can influence what goes on within our unions, as well as academia at large, and how we're connected to other elements and networks within this. Next slide. So we have academia, government, and industry, and how they're connected, separate or not, and we can use both within our work. And logistics, transportation, as I said, the airport is centrally located. It is about half an hour or between, it's exactly in between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, so if you're only arriving for the BM, it's very easy to get to. And Tel Aviv, Wi-Fi. Tel Aviv is known as wireless spot. Anywhere you go in the city, there's free Wi-Fi. Jerusalem as well, so that shouldn't be a problem at all. Funding, we already have a third of the money. We have meetings set up with the Jerusalem and the Tel Aviv municipalities, as well as we have sent a proposal to a grant to one of our MKs that her office funded it last time, 7 years ago, and she's also a past chairperson of NUIS, so she understands the work that we do. Participation fees will be standard as to every other BM, and I think that's it.
Thank you very much. NUIS for your presentation. We now move to questions. I have Samok. Microphone to Samok.
Yeah, you said transportation for an hour from the hotel to the BM. Does that mean we're going to go back and forth all the time, or we're going to stay in Jerusalem potentially?
Sorry, that wasn't a clear point. The seminar itself is being held at the hotel in Tel Aviv. And then we will have a day of sightseeing in between. When we will end the day, we will be in Jerusalem. We are staying in Jerusalem at the guest house that I showed pictures of, and that's where the BM will be held. We're not traveling in between.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? We have SFS.
Hi. I think it's a really great application. It tells a lot, and I appreciate it. But I have a question. We have some experience from earlier, not specifically from ISU, but still, where people have had difficulties to get into Israel because of, for example, they've been in neighboring countries that made it difficult. So I wonder, how will you assure that everyone will be able to participate?
Thank you for your question. That is something that we take in mind. Technically, all European countries are welcome, and we have established that relationship. Because we have very strong connections with government relations, I think that is something that we can do, is to give a list in advance of everyone that will be entering the country, and that's the most that we can do to make sure that it shouldn't be a problem.
Anyone else? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Luis, for your presentation. You can clap. And now we are going to have, as it was assigned by internal motion, now the Human Rights Coordination must make an assessment of the human rights condition in the country, proposing to host a board meeting. Microphone to...
Yes. According to the human rights strategy that ESU has, that is made to avoid ESU taking any political stance in the conflict, or made to look like that, and to make every arena that where ESU organizes stuff a safe space for all, the human rights coordinator has to make a short little presentation about the human rights conditions in the country. This applies to all organizations applying to host BM. I'm just going to read a bit from the passage where this is rooted. Some of ESU's NUSs are operating in countries with grave human rights violations, discrimination of minority groups, and/or conflicts taking place on a daily basis. While it is important that these NUSs are included in ESU on equal terms and not judged based on their respective governments' actions, ESU should also attempt to avoid hosting statutory events in these countries. ESU should also have as a defining rule that every event should live up to the freedom of speech. This means that ESU should never be in a situation where any NUS or speaker feels restrained or being held from attending an ESU event due to their beliefs or opinions not being acceptable and safe to express. Also, if the participants have recent concerns about their safety, no statutory event can be held in this country as long as this situation persists. It is also ESU's responsibility that all participants at events can act and speak freely within the limits of the Code of Conduct. A first step is that the board should be presented with a summary with the latest available UN Universal Periodic Review compiled by the Human Rights and Solidarity Coordinator before deciding on any board meeting hosts. So this is the passage where this is rooted. I also think it was important to state this to make you also very clear and informed that that we have to make a clear division between the politics in a country and the union that is hosting the event. Now, to give a little presentation about human rights in Israel and the human rights situation, it is important to make a distinction between the country, the main areas of Israel, and the occupied Palestinian territory, because the human rights situations are quite different between them. Israel is a diverse country that has a lot of minorities, and they have from the very beginning been very sure and had a very conscious approach to making sure that all their minorities is being treated on an equal footing. This means that Israel has strong legal frameworks to, against discrimination, and is also supporting minorities within the country to be able to have both the same rights and the same opportunities as the majority. So, inside of Israel, we're quite sure that every participant would be able to feel safe and also to be able to participate and to get in the country and not fearing any kind of threats or discrimination. However, we cannot get past the fact that there are certain controversies regarding how the situation is in the occupied Palestinian territories. In their periodic review, there was a lot of comments from other member states that were especially of concern was the detention of Palestinians without any due without formal persecution, and that this also applied to children. Also, there is problems about restricting freedom of movement due to the creation of borders and also border checks, as well as appropriation of land and property. So I will have you to bear this in mind, that we're going to organize this event, if elected, in Tel Aviv and in parts of Jerusalem that are part of main Israel, that we consider to be applying to our standards of human rights as SU holds them, but that I cannot, from this review, say that the state of Israel is in large operating within what I, as a coordinator, would see being fully following human rights.
Thank you very much. We now move to the general debate about this. Anyone? The feasibility, I'm sorry, the financial feasibility. Okay, you can.
So according to also internal motion, the EC needs to give a financial feasibility judgment, and NUIS doesn't have any debts towards ESU and also has clean TDI. Therefore, we can say that it is sustainable from that perspective, and for the income you can judge yourself on the information what has been provided by NUIS.
Thank you. And now I move to the debate. Anyone wants to take the floor on this issue? I don't see any, so we move to a vote on the host of board meeting 73. I ask, is there any active opposition to electing Israel as the host of BM 73? I don't see any. You have active opposition. So I ask all those against, raise your voting cards now. Against. All those in favor? All those in favor? Abstentions? For me, it's a clear majority in favor. Congratulations, Israel. You are going to be the host of board meeting 73. Congratulations. So now we move to the host of board meeting 74, organized by Slovenia, SSU. Please come in front and have your presentation.
Hello to everybody. So yeah, I'm Andras from Slovenian Student Union, and we are actually applying for hosting the board meeting 74 in spring 2018. So SSU, or in Slovenian language, Študentska organizacija Slovenije, not hard to pronounce, right? Is like consists out of like 4 members, 4 local unions that you see down. The first one is SKIS, the Student Club Association in Slovenia. They're like local student clubs who are like working and are active in the local areas. And then we have 3 public universities, and there are 3 student organizations from these public universities. So student organization from University of Primorska, University of Maribor, and University of Ljubljana. So all these 4 entities combined there our national union shows. Your SU member, that's a bit fucked presentation, sorry. Okay, we are SU members since a long time actually, because it looks different on my computer, so I know why. Yeah, that's true. So we are representing around 100,000 Slovenian students and around 800,000 high school students, because we also have like a high school students branch. So yeah, we are like basically representing all the Slovenian student, some experience with the big events. Actually in 2008 we were hosting the European Student Convention. I know I was not there back then, so I cannot tell you how it was, but maybe some older dinosaurs still remember this. No? Pina, not even you? Oh my God, I'm shocked. I'm shocked now. Okay, so yeah, we had like a student convention in 2008, and recently, like 1 month ago, we were hosting like European Quality Assurance Forum. As this was already mentioned today, we were like the first student union which hosted that, and it was really quite a nice experience for us. Really, also a bit stressed, but it was also like a nice team building activities for the whole organization. So that's one of the reasons that we decided also that we will gonna apply for the BM, since we get quite a lot of positive feedback from the participants, and we organized like a lot of national conference, seminars, and events. Okay, there are some pictures. This is a picture from ECAF. A lot of people from ESU participated in it, so maybe you can ask them how it was. It was like, I think, around 400 participants. We hosted this in Ljubljana. Majority of time we spent it in Grand Hotel Union, but we also organized a nice reception in Ljubljana Castle and in National Gallery. Yeah, actually this was like an organizing committee. It's a bit a dark picture, but maybe it's better because it's from a night party. So this is like organizing committee of the ECAF with, I think, Da Alexander is also in the picture. Majority of these people will be also responsible for this board meeting, so I think you can be pretty sure that you will be in a good hands. Okay, maybe some facts, just quick facts about Slovenia. Actually, Slovenia is the only country in the world with the word love inside. Did you know that? Did you know that? You see, love. We are really nice country. Okay, we are like a very small country in like Central East Europe. Move on. So yeah, this is Slovenia. As I said, like quite small country. Our neighbors Austria, Hungary, Italy, Croatia. So about this board meeting, our plan A, I will explain this further, but our plan A is to host it in Koper, in our seaside. Yeah, actually we have some seaside, 50 kilometers of it, 49 to be precise. So Koper is the seat of our youngest university of Primorska, but our plan B is Ljubljana. You can see Ljubljana in the middle. So from just like to have like, from Koper to Ljubljana, it's like approximately as from Gdansk to here. So I think it's like 90 kilometers, something like that. How to get to Slovenia, since we are like quite in the Central Europe, so for the countries around here it's maybe quite convenient to come with a car or with a train. For all others from the more distant areas, there's our actually the only international airport in Ljubljana, but it's based a bit north of Ljubljana, near Kranj. Kranj is actually the city when I came from, so actually if you come to Ljubljana airport, contact me because I live very close. So Ljubljana is one option. For Ljubljana airport to Koper is hour and something of driving, but we can also recommend you using the, you see, Trieste or Trst airport. It's like quite close to Koper. Also Rijeka, the city when Aco came from, has an airport somewhere here, so you can maybe also check with some other options. And we'll also like provide shuttle transport for the participant not from any airport in Europe, but from this distant, from the airports in the vicinity. If you like to maybe go for the cheap flights, there's also Venice airport, quite convenient. It's like about 2 hours of driving from Slovenia, and it really has a lot of this low-cost airlines are flying there. So yeah, for the prices in Slovenia, It's quite similar and comparable here to Poland. So coffee around €1, €1.50. Water is for free, and it's drinking tap water is like very high quality. So it's quite kind of stupid to buy water in Slovenia, and it's actually everywhere. It's kind of stupid to buy it in plastic bottles, but let's leave this to later. And actually, yeah, we are like, I think, the first or second country in the world that previous month we passed the law and we write in our constitution that access to water is a human right. So we really like water. Okay, the beer, which also consists out of water. Yeah, it's also, maybe we should put this in ESO standard orders. Yeah, like the beer is like a human right. Beer costs around €2.50, something like that, in the bar, and if you buy it in the shop, it's around €1, something like that. So moving around, as I said, since we are a small country, we also have small cities. So we will like encourage you to walk around. It's really close, or use the taxi. Taxis cost around €1 per kilometer, and you can also try with the public transport, but you know, our train system, for example, didn't really renovate it since the time of Austro-Hungarian Empire, so you can imagine the speed of it. But it exists. Okay, as I said, our first option, our first plan A for the event is coastal town Koper, fourth Slovenian biggest city, so it has a little bit, around 5,000 inhabitants, something like that. It's seat of our youngest university, youngest public university, University of Primorska, which was established only in 2003. And there are partners there will be student organization of University of Primorska, and the president of this organization said is present here on this event, but currently not really in the room. Minus points for him. So yeah, Koper. As I told you, like a small city, this what can you see on the picture? It's actually like the city center, old city. Here, there's orange bricks. So the event will be held. Accommodation and the facilities will be inside this orange ring. So you can see it's closed for cars. So you must walk actually. This is one like aerial footage of it. So we are now discussing with the University of Primorska and the municipality of Koper. They already offer us facilities. Now we are also discussing about some fundings. We are still into negotiations. So yeah, we are planning to host the seminar at the University of Primorska and the board meeting at the building of municipality of Koper. And our option B, because we know when we are organizing ECAF that you always need to have at least two options. Our option is like a classical one, Ljubljana, our capital city and seat of our oldest university, which was established in 1919, so immediately after the First World War. So before First World War, Slovenian people had to seek the higher education in Vienna, Prague, or some other distant cities. So yeah, about our plan, we are planning to use our own finances. We will like budgeted something for like 2017 already, in 2018. We were discussing with all four of our member unions, and they all are prepared to also help with the finances in case that we'll get this BM. We are also in the negotiation currently, as I said, with the city of Koper and with the University of Primorska. And yeah, we are planning to make this classic participation piece. Yeah, and maybe about the date, we are thinking about first or second week of May, because it's like a tradition in Slovenia that in May, a lot of student organizations are making their parties, like last parties before exam period. And the Škisova Tržnica, that's actually the biggest Slovenian student project. It's organized by our local union, by Škis, every year at the beginning of May in Ljubljana. Some of the people in this room were already there, and they quite enjoy it, right? That's so. It's actually like an event when during the day all the student clubs, like 52 student clubs from all over Slovenia, present themselves with the cuisine and the drinks, like a big international dinner actually. And in the evening we have some concerts, so we'll try to set the dates that you will be also maybe able to visit this event. And about the topic we just discussed, we didn't set the topic yet because we also want to discuss this with the ESU team. But we are thinking somebody into connections in the points where our organization, when Student Union is strong, we are thinking in the direction of making some topic connected with student standard, with employability, with funding of the student movement, something like that. But we are still open for also the further discussion with the EC team. And yeah, also I put two pictures of our main touristic products. On the left side you can see Bled, and on the right side is like Postojna Cave. But you really, don't think that you will have a time to visit it. But if you prolong the stay in Slovenia, it's very convenient to visit these places and some other nice places as well. And that would be it. Would be love to answer some of your questions.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Questions for SSU? I don't see any. So now, you got them convinced. So now we have the Human Rights Coordinator. Tell us about the human rights conditions in Slovenia.
Yep, same procedure now for Slovenia. I can say overall the human rights situation in Slovenia is looking good. Slovenia is a quite young country, but since it became independent, Slovenia has been really quick at adopting a lot of human rights legal and institutional frameworks. They've had some comments about the situation for so-called erased people. These are people of other national background in Slovenia that were left in Slovenia after the Yugoslavia broke down and were left without any identity papers. But Slovenia has responded to the criticism, and the situation is improving. And there has also been some comments on the periodic review about hate speech towards refugees and immigrants made by politicians. However, this is not more of a problem in Slovenia than a lot of the neighboring countries and a lot of the European countries in general the last years. So this has been a comment that has been thrown towards a lot of the European countries in these reviews. So I see, as a general comment, I see no problem based on human rights to hold anything in Slovenia. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Questions to him? There's no questions, actually. It's just a present the report. Feasibility.
So SSU doesn't have any debt towards SSU and also have paid their membership fees, and TDI is very clean. So EC thinks it's a feasible, and financial feasibility is good, at good place.
Thank you. Any questions or for the general debate before we take to a vote? Can we move to a vote? I think so. So we're now moving to a vote on the making Slovenia and SSU our host for board meeting 74. And I ask, is there any active opposition? I don't see any. You are accepted. Slovenia, you are organizing board meeting 74. Congratulations. So now we move to the next point of the agenda, financial report first semester 2006 and narrative. We are moving to point 4, which is administration and finances. We are just going to discuss the point A, which is financial report first semester 2016 and narrative. I ask please Liva and Anna. So,
hello?
1 second, while we have a moment, we would like to ask our newest full member pending to join us for a small presentation, which is your first speaking card at SU. Can you please come up, Julia?
Good evening. Okay, so good evening. My name is Leva. I am the Vice President responsible for finances, and I have Anna here with us, and she's our Head of Secretariat. And we will talk about the financial report for the first 6 months of 2016, January, June.
Okay, this isn't displaying correctly, but either way, basically our financial, how we work with our finances, it's divided into 3 different sections, which is quite clear by the actual, if you look at the documents. So the column that's, maybe you can just move on to the next one, it might be clear. Yeah, so the column that's in green, that's, well, administration and secretariat. And this is in terms of revenue and income, this is the money that we receive from the admin grant of the European Commission, a Maribel grant, that's a local Belgian one.
I'm sorry, boss. We gave the yeah. But this is administration and finance, a closed session, just for full. So, Blasio, when you're ready. Enjoy your 12 hours. Enjoy your 12 hours of rest. See you tomorrow at 10:30 sharp for the first roll call. The BM for today, it's closed.